Hello, everybody. We're going to be adding a snake to the game, a pet snake, because we have the graphics. Let me say move the snake from the unused folder. Hey, Schwartz. Updating Godot. Let's write this down. We already have this right now. So this issue is about BB code in tables may get fixed. I don't remember what I did to work around this. Hey, Kevin. We're almost there with Spanish. Yeah, I think I just ignored this in the game. I don't recall. Hey, Chef Alton. Happy Thursday, everybody. Today's just going to be a morning stream, by the way. I want to tackle some off-stream stuff. I've been reaching out to some influencers. I want to catch up on some other work and just kind of play music and relax while I'm doing it. I've been working pretty hard. This isn't happening, but oh boy, what did I do about this? Oh man, all right, fine, let's go look into this. This is not anything to do with a snake pet thing. Did I refer to this from an issue? Yeah, here. What did we do though? Completed in this. Fix table highlight. Use word smart and use soft hyphens. I don't know. Okay, fine. I'm just going to link to this. It's finally making it in the game. Well, an NPC mentions it too, so I feel like we need to let you get a snake somehow. Yeah, reporting to Python as a result of this. If there's any oxidizing, we'll port to Rust. I don't think we did anything too crazy here other than turn on word wrap. See this commit. All right, that's probably good enough. So update readme about a Godot issue. Okay. Hey, Atomic. All right, let's get started on this snake thing. No audio. No, there should be audio. Otherwise, I think someone would have commented already. It should be working. Yeah. Okay, snake pet can show up in story mode. After you beat the final boss, or maybe after watch the intro. Slithers around. Hang on one second. Let me take a look at something. Okay. All right, so the moving around, I mean, this is pretty similar to the Goblin. Goblin was considered a walking entity. I think the snake is going to be too. And they're not clickable, right? Yeah. Am I missing anything here? I don't think so. I think we just make the states that we have. So like to do is going to be this. I guess we just do that now. Why not? And game assets unused. Snake buddy. Oh, let's move it over here. Snake buddy. Huh, that's weird. Oh, it's snake dash buddy. Move. To maybe characters? Should we call it a monster or a character? I'm going to call it a character. Moved in there. How am I going to code the hat? So we don't have a hat yet. I do kind of want to make a hat for it, but I think we need to have a totally separate sprite sheet. And I think that would complicate things. So I don't think we're going to do the hat part of it. In fact, maybe after unlocking this, the NPC says something like, hey, I see you got a snake, but there's no hat. You accomplished your dreams after all. Headphones were plugged in and I forgot about them. Tisk, tisk. Someday I won't plug in my microphone. Hey, yo. Good day to you. All right, so this part's already done. So now we need to make a new walking entity that's like the Goblin. And then the state machine is going to be a walk. Just find a random destination. Maybe slow down upon getting close. Because they can't really stop. Well, they could, I guess. What would it look like if they were to just stop? They just face the camera. I mean, if they're gonna stop, they probably shouldn't have their tongue out when they stop. So it'd probably be like this frame, any of these, any of these. We'd have to do something special for that. What do we have? Stand. Set entity is standing. Here it is. Set facing direction. Force standing frame. This is just a Boolean. And then the walk animation system picks the standing frame, which is always the middle one. So we need some special thing here if we wanted to do this. Kind of want them to stand. I don't know. Hey Stockton, hey Flares, Athletics and Ketchup. I used to get to Twitch by enter, and now it's Ada enter. I guess you showered today. Congrats. Yeah, 2 days in a row. Wow. Awesome demo. My work life won't be happy, so I don't like you either. Oh, I think you posted a Steam review, right? Thank you very much. I will say this. So on the Steam page, I try to be clear about this. Story mode is going to be about like 4 to 5 hours. And then the next mode that you unlock is going to be about the same amount of time, 4 to 5 hours. So it's not meant to be a game that totally consumes someone's life. Like, you eventually beat it, you move on. I don't really have any features planned that's going to extend that. I could totally see some of them happening. But yeah, I don't think this will ever turn into like a 100-hour long game. Yeah, but it's auto. Yeah. Well, regardless, thank you. I do appreciate the review. And yeah, I hope you like the game. I have put a lot of work into it. The whole thing was made to be fun. It was never like a money grab. It was never a, how do we keep people playing for even longer than they should? It was like, if we run out of fun content, then the game should just stop. So yeah. Okay, so I do want this to be standing. Where'd the sprite go? Here. I don't want to modify this too much. I mean, they could just have their tongue out. We could just use this frame. It's 1 pixel of pink. Yeah, maybe. All right. I think we should do it. Okay, so state machine, find a random destination, then idle, stand there. Maybe not always facing in the same direction. It's okay if their tongue is out. And then leave town and outside town. Okay. Whoa, leap year girl. Man, thanks for the bits. This should count as 2 Skellis other games. Thanks for the entertainment and accepting me as a weirdo I am. All the best for launch. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. And 11 months. Feel like I was always here. Yeah, you were here before the original subscription, which I can't believe that was 11 months ago. But yeah, it wasn't until that stream with Kit that you were like, I'm going to subscribe to this man. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for both things. Listen to this, Adam. The next game, that's where the money grab starts. I want the next game to be a like incredible expression of creativity. This game, I think, is more on the rails in terms of games, but the next one, you'll see. Catch up. Thank you too for subbing. I appreciate it. You're all so nice. Everyone's being nice to me. This should be every day. not even the subs or the bits, but just the people being nice. Actually, people are pretty nice in this chat. Okay, so let's go make a new scene. Instantiate walking entity, which is not here. It is here. Cool. Okay, let's call this Snake Buddy. Yeah, it's not fair to call them a pet snake. They're not a pet. They're a Snake Buddy. Now let's make them an NPC. Snake Buddy. Okay. Hey, Goose. The collab between me and Adam making Twisted Slayer. Skella Grove. Met my quota back to being a jerk. So, Adam, that vacation I said I took because of you was actually not at all because of you. We had a budget crisis, etc., etc. All right, spray here, collision tape. I think all this is fine. So now we just need the Snake Buddy script, which we can just take from Goblin. Snake Buddy. All right, and we go equip that. I think it's funnier to say equip than attach. And then we fill it out. We have, yeah, we have a decent amount of states we're going to need for this. There's no clickable area. There's no hiding spots. We're just going to wander around. We don't need any of this, which means you don't need this. The snake speed should probably be kind of slow. 35 sounds reasonable. Entity type. Why do we need this? Drat. Okay, well, maybe I should make like just a special entity type, because all we care about is that this doesn't get saved. Yeah, so maybe instead of goblin, we just make this special. Goblin and snake buddy. The important thing is that these don't get saved to a file. Hey, dig it. Update the theme, or is it because of the new version? Yeah, it's just the new version. And I tried matching the color that I had before, and I don't think I did a good job at it. Yeah. Hey, Phil M. Capitalist monopoly in the game explicitly opposing capitalism. The best combo. So what, the character just doesn't do anything? Oh, whoops. This should still say goblin. And we need to rename it like this. Special. So Snake Buddy is also special. That's fine. This is good. This... Yeah, this is fine for now. Okay, so characters. Gotta go find the sprite that we moved. I think we just have it here. Snake Buddy. And the index is 0. Everything else looks pretty good there. Generate items isn't needed. On click isn't needed. All right, I mean, this is pretty basic. Snake Buddy states. We gotta go make the states now. Hey, Luke, I'm doing pretty well. Snake Buddy is very special. Yeah, sorry, we should change this. We can't just use special here. This is the culmination of everything the stream has ever worked toward. It's a walk, idle, leave town, and outside town. So I guess we start them in the walk state. Walk. Yeah, we could call it wait as well. I think it's fine. Leave town and disappear. I think outside of town is probably fine. What does this do? Resets a bunch of stuff, starts a timer. Yeah. You wouldn't mind if that PR has 500 change files to review, right? Yeah, I don't think so. Then again, there's really nothing super special about the game, so I think just maybe opening it whatever the old Godot was is probably also fine. But yeah, if it works, it works, and we can always test it. And if it doesn't work, we'll just blame you and revert everything. Chat for a full stack dev. First 2D turn-based game, C# or GDScript. WDY. I'm not sure this is an acronym, I know. Yeah, okay, so here's what I'd suggest. I'd say start with GDScript and see if you like Godot and just game dev as a whole. And then if you like it and if you want to stick with the game, consider C#, but it's not just a given. So here's some things. Oh, what do you think? Yeah, gotcha. Okay, so here's some things to consider. One is there's no web export right now for C# in Godot. This is coming, but it's not there yet. So let's say you want to just have someone go to an itch page and just be able to click run game and play your game. This is not possible if you pick C#. Oh, yeah, 404 because I changed the location of those notes. Okay, ecom y C#. We got to go find that. Where is that? My opinion about GDScript here. Oops. Ugh. I had to paste. There we go. Can you use JavaScript for web games in Godot? As far as I know, no. But maybe someone's worked on an extension or something for that. Anyway, no web export. The other thing you got to consider is like what will feel more natural for you to code in. So even if C# are provably better, you might just like GDScript. So, sorry, let me mute this. It feels like a change. I just muted it. Yeah, sorry, I've heard my own music way too much. And I still appreciate it, but I'm too close to it right now. And then, yeah, the things I have in that link too. I want to do it commercially, making 2D turn-based because pixel art is fun. Yeah, I think then GDScript is a good start for sure. I would just try that out, see how you feel. All right, so we don't want customer states. We don't need any of this stuff. And now we go make a bunch of states here. We also need to handle spawning the snake. So we have a create goblin function. Let's make create snake buddy. And then rename all of this stuff. There we go. Then we go make a scene path for the snake buddy. You go way down here. Snake buddy. Okay, looks good. And an unhandled input, we'll go create them. Cool. Godot.js. I wonder how far along this is. Interesting. I also wonder how good this is. It says hot reloading, which is pretty good. That's one of the other things I kind of miss. In fact, we have to start the game up. It takes longer and longer. Okay, so now for the states. We have Goblin Walk. I'm going to save this as Snake Buddy States. All right, so now we have Walk. Walk is going to just pick any random thing, which I think comes from Base Wander. Okay. So wait a second, then this is just the same as Base Wander, except for when it reaches the target, we got to do something. Isn't Customer Wander a pretty good example of that? No, wait, no? Is it? No, yeah, it is. Because then we just run the idle checks and stuff. Yeah, I think we copy this over to here. But before we finish that, Snake Buddy States, yeah. Before we finish that, Snake Buddy, I want to save this as wait.cs and then open up walk again. And then just replace the whole thing with that. And this would be Snake Buddy. Partial declaration must not specify different base classes. Yeah, because wait is still called walk. That should fix that. Cool. Maybe we need to type something else here. Nice. All right, pretty good. Hey, Topher. I can taste the allocation performance problems already. Yeah, I think there are some gotchas. I definitely want to make some videos after Skeleseller is done and talk about this. Okay, so time until next idle check, and then there's got to be a time until like leave town check. State change check. Maybe we just call it that. And I want this to be a proper timer. So yeah, maybe we don't do anything about this. What else do we have here? I guess there's nothing on enter. Oh, except for setting up the timer, right? Okay, so to do set up timer. Hey, Rami. And then run state change check. Run state change check. All right, so here's what we're going to do with this, because we're going to make this really simple. We're going to just say there's a % chance, a very tiny % chance for them to transition into wait, and a very tiny % chance, even smaller, for them to transition into leave town. So that looks pretty good to me. This isn't needed. Yeah, nice. Okay, so there's one of our states. Now we need wait, leave town, and outside of town. So what's wait going to do? I guess just set them to a standing frame, pick an amount of time to stay in this. Yeah, I'm gonna kind of cheat my way through this whole thing. Oh wait, standing always makes them face forward. I don't know if I like that. Yeah, I don't know if I like that. And then state process. Let's have this one not take so long. If stat computations, percent chance, 0.05. Then transition back into walk. We got to have them collect apples too. I forgot about that. Make them collect apples. Hey, Freak Technic. Exodia mod. Collect all 5. You win Twitch. Okay, now why are these red? Why are these red? Where's Snake Buddy stuff? Did I comment that out? Oh, I think I know what I did. All right, well, that should fix it. So now we have 2 of them. We need leave town and outside of town. Leave town. Leave town is going to be very similar to whatever we did for the goblin one, which is probably this, except for that we're not going to change their speed. So add to customer spawn location. Actually, they probably should go in the portal, right? And maybe come out of your portal that they, because they're a snake. But they're a friendly snake. But if they come out of the portal, they're going to be really close to where the apples spawn, right? Yeah, right there. Maybe there's a chance on beating the regular Inferno that this happens. That'd be kind of interesting. Yeah, actually, I sort of like that. Maybe the spawn condition is a 5% chance when you beat the regular Inferno. Maybe it drops as you have more snakes. And when they leave town, they leave forever. I kind of like that. Been meaning to play my own little game just to materialize my interest into a game or two. Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. I think that video is potentially a long way away. So we are, 19 days away from launch. And then there's some amount of like, see how things go, take some time off, celebrate, etc. And then some amount of like figuring out what's next. And so much is just, it's conditional right now that it's hard to tell what's going to happen. Yeah. You know, it's kind of terrifying a little bit. There are 3 kind of broad categories of people you could show your game to. There's like close people, so friends and family, and they'll generally be nice and helpful, maybe even too nice so that you don't get good feedback. Then there's like nearby people, but not quite as close, maybe like streamers, other game devs, people on Discord, that sort of thing, even viewers to some extent. And they'll be slightly less nice, but still probably considerate. Then the final category is just like total strangers, and they don't care about you. So if there's something that they don't like in your game, they're probably going to be pretty vocal about it. There's no reason for them to stick to your game, that sort of thing. So yeah, I am curious how this is going to pan out once it's almost all strangers. And some strangers have seen the game, but then it's like they're not enchanted by it sometimes, or at least a version that was out 7 months ago. Like they'd play the demo, they'd be like, yeah, okay, that was kind of fun. Some people are like, I don't really like the music. That one hits hard. And that's part of the reason I think we need to add these little delightful things. It's just so that there's a little bit more to show like, hey, time was spent. This isn't just some like slap together game. As I don't think we need to change the navigation speed. I don't think we need to do this. I think that once we get to our target, we have outside of town. Leave doesn't do anything special. Yeah, this looks good. And then the final state is outside of town. And we have an outside of town over in the customer state. I'm just going to copy paste this. It's probably pretty similar. Yeah. Okay, so what do we do? Min wait time, max wait time. Oh, wait, no. They should just disappear. Yeah, in fact, this state shouldn't exist. Because I like that other idea that I had. So let's just delete that one. And in Snake Buddy, we will delete the final state and have it tell the town to remove them. So for now, I'll just say tell the town to remove this snake. In fact, you know what we could do? I didn't even think about. We could color the snake white so that we can modulate it to these colors. And then you could have like a blue one, a red one, a green one. That'd be pretty cool. I like that idea too. Make the snakes spawn in different colors. Maybe just randomize the modulate somehow. Set a particular S and V and change the H. Yeah, thanks, Atomic. Different kind of snakes. Well, you only have this graphic, so it's just gonna be this. There were a few goals, and I'll tell people about this because this is what I came up with yesterday. Some of the goals were like no new strings. I don't want translations involved. No new graphics, ideally. No major change to progression. And I think that was it. Yeah. And like something fun for players. So no major change to progression. Another way of doing this is like, hey, a goblin joins your town and it just starts spewing items everywhere. And oh my God, you're rich. Like that's going to change progression. So we couldn't do something like that. Yeah, here's the goblin. Yeah, so imagine if they were like, well, we repair your shop or get you upgrades. It's like, those aren't bad ideas. It's just we've already balanced the whole game. The no new graphics is just because like we had these graphics already. This was just unused in the game. We had this entire sprite sheet here. We had this entire sprite sheet here. It's like, it's just free for us to use. And the no new strings, that one's pretty minor. If we had a compelling reason, I'd probably add one, but I'd like them to just be kind of self-explanatory. Hey, ABC, you must be at 105 soon, right? Maybe it's only 104 now. I don't know. Probably doesn't even tell you unless you've got a landmark time. Okay, so I think this is decent. We should at least be able to run this and see what happens. Hey, Sofameyer. Yeah, let's see. And then we have a lot of to-do items to fill in. It's probably going to take at least an hour to do those, but that's fine. This is going fast enough already. So how does the snake look in town? Let's see. Where do they spawn from? Is it over here? I don't even know where they spawn from. Oh, no, right there. Look at him go. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is great. I want to see him face left or right because then their tongue comes out. Yeah. That is great. I love it. Satchmo, thanks for the resub. Happy 54 months. 104 now, 105. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a stream later. They just passed through. Hey, Tin Bears. So as a kind of nod to the game Snake, they're going to, when they walk past an apple, they're going to consume the apple. But other than that, yeah, they just passed through. That's it. Hey, Pickle. Is it a good tactic to change your name to Incredibly Rich? What? All right, so you should be able to get some number of these in your town. These ones all leave pretty quickly. Actually, that behavior is not too bad. In fact, I really like this idea. Man, I'm surprised at the impact. So this is kind of what I was talking about with game design of you plan something on paper. It might sound fun. It might not sound fun. Then in practice, it's way different. And it's always unfortunate when it sounds fun and it's not fun. But in this case, I was like, okay, well, here's an idea. Let's just see how it is. I really like the sort of implicit lore behind snakes leaving the portal when you beat the Inferno and then leaving your town. Like they're not out to get you. So it kind of means that these were just like hostages and that not all the enemies are evil. And I guess you kind of get hints of that because there's the garbage slime and there's the goblin but yeah, this is really neat. Okay, so let's try this out. Let's try changing the color of this. How do we do this? I would assume it's in here somewhere, but I don't actually know. Colors. All right, so I would like to grayscale this thing. How do we do that? I don't know. Lighting? Detect noise? Yeah, I have no idea how you do this. Okay, let's just look it up. Affinity grayscale. How to grayscale. Can you convert from color to grayscale? Number of different ways. Go to document, color format, grayscale. Go to layer, new fill layer. Fill it with white and set the layer blend to color. Okay, I mean, I guess that's pretty much what I want. So let's follow this incredible set of instructions here. Yeah, changing it to grayscale would mean I can't add color again, which I guess I actually don't need to, but I wanted to test to see if it worked. So go to layer, new fill layer. Am I missing where this is? I see new layer. What? All right. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't see new in here at all, though, and I know you can make a new layer. Huh, strange. Maybe we can do it from here. Container layer, group. Probably this button. Edit. It's not even a new button. Why am I so bad at this program? Why can I never figure anything out? Yeah, I don't know what to do. I probably just shouldn't use this program. I've actually been thinking about it, like, has this sped up anything I've done? It was just meant to be for one scenario, and then I was like, you know what, as long as I'm using this, let's just use it for everything. But I've never bothered really learning it. Maybe an old post, yeah. But the problem is I don't even know how to make a new layer at all. Like, this should be pretty easy, right? There's new. Not layer, I don't know. Yeah. Gonna ask what program you're using to make art. I don't make art, as evidenced by me struggling with like basic stuff over here. Also, hey, Mahikmar. Click the checkboard button in the bottom right called New Pixel Layer. Maybe that's good enough. Fill it with white and set the blend. I'm not even gonna bother with this. Yeah, whatever. Let's just. I'm pretty sure this is easier in GIMP. Okay, assets, characters, snake buddy. Because there's this colors thing over here, and I can just desaturate the whole image, right? There, done. Now, if we do that, actually, I guess, I'm not sure what's going to be best, because if you change the hue of this now, it's just going to be different grays. So I needed to turn white. And yeah, I wonder how we do that. Oh, that'll probably work. No, wait, no, it's got to be. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. It's the same as setting the documents to grayscale. It's not though. The grayscale document means you can't get color information in it again. So like you can't draw red on the image. This is changing the pixels to gray, and then if you draw red over it, it'll be red still. The document format is like you can't save color information as far as I know. Because I've done that once before when I was trying to make the achievement images, and it confused me. Anyway, there's some way to do this, and I don't know what the way to do this is. All right, let's ask ChatGPT. Okay, so in GIMP, I have an image of a snake, of a blue snake. I want to turn it white so that I can use Godot's modulate to change its color. How do I do this in GIMP? Desaturate. Colors desaturate. Try luminance mode. Okay. Where is desaturate? Saturation? There are a couple of these. Lighten only and darken only. There's luminance. All right, now what do I do? What is this? Shouldn't this be previewing? What am I doing? Why do I not know how to do anything? Yeah, preview is on, so I just don't think this is doing anything. Hey, Vile. Have you used Pomodoro timers? What do you think about using them for coding or game dev? I've tried here and there. I generally don't really like them. Then again, my ad breaks run every hour, so that's kind of like a Pomodoro timer. But I think if something works for you, it works for you. So I'd say just give it a shot. It's very low cost to try. It's not like you even have to invest in something physical. Channels of white and black pixels, which equate to the primary and secondary. Then we apply colors in the shader. Yeah, that's what I did in Botland. But in this case, I just wanted to turn this white. It should not be this hard. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, desaturate. I see. Thank you. So this is set to luminance. But this is not what I want, right? It's grayscale, then push it to white by doing this. Oh, I see. Then go to color and levels. Okay. So it was just a two-step process. I was expecting there to be a one-step process for this. Now, what do I do with this? In output levels, bottom sliders, drag black to the right and drag white inward. Drag black to the here and drag this one inward. I don't know about inward. That's probably fine, actually. Yeah, this is better than I thought. All right, nice. Okay, let's just try that. And now we should be able to do hue and saturation and change. No, what am I doing wrong here? Other one, hue chroma. Have I ruined this? I don't know what I'm doing. All right, I think I'm gonna give up on this, and we'll just come back to coloring the snakes at a different time, and I can write the code for it. And yeah, because I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, so I'll say write the code for this, assuming that we have a white snake, and it'll just look weird until then. Yeah. All right, well, let's get through the other things that we had. So walking, finding a destination. I think they probably should have randomized speed, huh? All right, so random.shared dot float range. Let's say like somewhere between 30 to 40. There we go. All right, so anything in walk that we need to do? I had set up timer, but I actually think just having a chance to leave town or to wait is probably fine. They have a pretty long time that they can wait for, though. And they don't stay in that state for very long. Or a high chance that they can do that. I actually kind of like that behavior, though. Except for that they turn quite a lot. Maybe just a minimum time that they can wait for. And it means that they're probably going to hover around the portal quite a lot. Yeah, maybe slightly lower chance for them to wait. And then once they're in wait, a decent chance to go back into walk. I don't always want them to go stand facing forward, though. Set facing direction. ASC.set facing direction. Yeah, I want to pick a random direction here, right? Yeah. Wait. Oh, man. Okay, here. So animated sprite component ASC equals get ASC dot set facing direction random vector. And then is there anything else we need to do here? Force standing frame. Okay. Now we just need the random vector. Vector 2 random vector equals random dot shared dot. Does next return a range? Something returns a range. Oh, we have a next int. Max value returns a non-negative random integer that is less than the specified maximum. So if we just specify 4, we'll get that. Yeah, switch. Cool. All right, pretty nice. And I think the rest of that's fine. So now they'll wait in different little variations here. This, we can delete all of that. Good. All right, so nothing unusual here. We go into the wait state, nothing unusual here. We go into the leave town state, and this just says for them to leave, right? This isn't the right leave town state. This one is. Tell the town to remove them. Yeah, okay, so town dot remove snake this. Okay. Hey, Cradlefish. I just click the bush to make this snake come out. That's kind of what happened with the goblin. So I don't want to repeat that too much. Create or remove snake. Snake buddy, snake buddy. All right, so we need to track these somewhere. Let's go back to that leave town state for a second. Move snake buddy. Hey, Bedro. Kind of dead today. Wonder why. Is today a special day at all? February 26th? Dunno. So this is in customers node. I guess we can just delete them, right? Oh, wait, we could just free them. What am I even thinking here? We don't even need a function like this. We only track them in the node anyway. Yeah, this should be very easy. Yeah, Adam's here. Who else do you need? Queue free. I want to queue free the snake buddy, though. Yeah, that should do it. Didn't know that. Yeah, yeah. I can show the feature in a bit, probably, if you haven't seen it. Although it is a cool thing to probably discover on your own in the game. Okay, so I think we've got everything except for one thing, which is that these should come out of the portal. So create snake buddy. This snake buddy dot global position equals portal position. All right, let's try it. Hey, Kappa. All right, so snakes come out of the portal. They walk around for a little bit. They should eventually change colors a little bit. In fact, if we do portal position minus vector 2 dot up, or I guess plus vector 2 dot up, because it's -1, right? Then they'll be, yeah, then they'll be slightly behind this. So it'll look like they came out of the back of the portal. But yeah, they're not going to wander around for too long. They're mostly going to go to the left. Yeah, and I guess if they can't go near this apple... And they can. It's not that they can't. And you have a lot of traffic through your potion shop. Oh, man. All right, I do see them warping, which means I need to do snake buddy dot reset physics interpolation. Okay, so what's left? We did the state machine. We did this. We need to make them collect apples. How do we get the apples? We have harvestables, but they're on each individual node, and we have no way of fetching them all. Causing me to procrastinate since I know I'll have to commit to completing the Pomodoro once I start. Yeah, there's a certain amount of testing a habit changing thing to see is it actually going to change your habits for the better, because maybe you don't get the benefits immediately. And at the end of the day, working on something is going to take some amount of grit, regardless of what processes you have around it. It's like you're going to need to have some determination and discipline. Take care, Leap Year Girl. Thanks again for the support. Snake's going home. Snake's going home indeed. All right, so we can fetch all of the harvestable apples. I want to fetch all of the harvestables, though, because harvestable itself... that's strange. Why is... Oh, right, because of this. Harvestable itself is what has this thing here, and then it keeps track of whether or not this is an apple. So if I find all of these at the beginning of the game, then snakes can just keep looking at those. Okay, they sounded gaming. So do we have anything on harvestable that does this? I think it's all in environment. And like that, for example, is a harvestable. So let's click it. Yeah, harvestable. Is there... Can we set a node group on this? I guess I gotta find the harvestable thing. It's a scene though. No, there it is. Neat. Harvestable apple. Scene is this. Open scene. Oh yeah, that's easy. That's very easy. And then this thing can keep coming back. So we change its position here somewhere. Yes. Okay, yeah, pretty easy. All right, so let's just add a group here. Plus, call this harvestable apple. Save. Now we got to go find those. Maybe the environment at startup time can save these things. Yeah, there's an init. Oh, there's init harvestables too. Oh, in fact, we even have this. Wow, look at that. We don't even need this. Okay. Delete. So now that should be unmodified. Good. All right, back to the environment. So we're going to save these off. These are harvestables. So let's do public. Hang on, before we do this, where do we get the environment from? Does this have access to this from? It is public. Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, so then let's do public list harvestable harvestables. Get private set. Then here we're going to set these to that. And then initialize them all. That's fine. And now we can fetch these from the snake thing. So I guess in the snake's walk is where we'd potentially want to do this. I don't want it to happen all the time. In fact, maybe it's only if they wait near one of these. No, that still could happen pretty frequently. I ended up not having an interview. A recruiter canceled because they overbooked. She called me and asked for my availability for next week. One day later, I noticed the position was on hold. Yeah, man, this is... It's one of those like mystery games. Interviewing for a company. Like, do they mean what they say they mean? Are they going to call back? What, is this a good sign or a bad sign? And I know what that feels like. And I know it's not relaxing. You're like stressed out. The weekend happens. You're like, well, now nothing can happen over the weekend. So yeah, I just say, don't put all your eggs in this basket. That's the only real advice. Because that's, I think, also the best solution to this of not feeling stressed out in the meantime is like, well, if you have, 7 irons in the fire, then any one of those 7 can come through. Whereas if you only have 1, then you're banking a lot on that. So the way I should probably do this, I could add a collision region and just let the engine handle this. That's probably the smartest way to do this. Yeah. So we would add an area 2D and a collision shape around this. Collision shape. Then we set this to a relatively large rectangle. Can you expand all of these at once? Yeah, you can. So maybe something like that. And we call this something like snake collision area. Do we need to fetch this at all? I don't think so. Then all we need to do is set the right layer. Okay. So this will involve going to some other scenes and figuring out what we did for this stuff. Collision shape here. No, it's this. Collision and input. Did I name these? Environment, items, just clickable, item displays, layer 5. Okay, we just haven't named them all. All right, I'll name this then. So we got to go find the physics layers. Here it is. And we'll call this snake and apples. There we go. Now we change this to be on layer 5. And we change the snakes to be on layer 5 as well. This is just a collision shape. What am I missing? Oh, because of this. Yeah. This has collision here. All right, so we got 1, 4. We also click 5. That should be good. Do we have passed the first technical assessment? Hiring a good amount of people? Yeah. And the position being on hold might just be like, oh, hey, we found at least 1 or 2 people. They're still hiring more for it. Yeah. That's why I think it's just a wait and see kind of case. And who knows what could happen. And anything's possible. They say there's no longer a position. We have to reschedule again. You got the job, whatever. Anything could happen. Yeah, I think it is just tough. All right, so now we have collision. Now we need to detect from the snake buddy when you collide. And there's some way to do this, but I haven't done this in a very long time. Godot detect collision area 2D. I think it's like on body entered or something. Yeah, there's some signal for it, right? Yeah, on body entered. Okay, let's override that. Or is it a signal like this? On body entered? No, it'd be on the area. So, ready. We need to get the area then. Oh, it itself is the area. Wait, so then shouldn't it have a signal? Where's body entered? I see input event, mouse shape entered. Huh, that's strange. The collision shape has it maybe? No. What am I missing? Is this something you just override? I don't know how you do this. Only area nodes have body entered. So character body doesn't? Physics introduction? I wonder what you're supposed to use instead. I'll say them all back. And hey, surgeon. Not good about tell me about a time. Yeah, you need to prepare for those. You've got to pretty much have like 2 or 3 stories that can fit a lot of different situations and then mold it to what they're asking about. And I don't think it needs to feel fake. I think it might seem that way because, like, you just want the job and you know that they're asking you this to try to glean some information about you. Character doesn't, since it has no area associated with it. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we can make another area just for the sake of this, I suppose. Area 2D. I don't know how large to make this one, though. And thanks, Tim Bears. All right, so then we can delete this on here. Wait, though, hold on. Doesn't this have like an on body entered? Does that work for character bodies, I wonder? Hang on one second. Let me look at this. Character body 2D signal for area 2D. Okay. Got it. Okay, that's fine. All right. So then this should not have collision there, but this one should. Oh, this will mean snakes collide with each other though, right? Drat. So I need to turn off layer for this. So it's just going to check 5, and harvestable apple is just in layer 5. Because apples can never be near each other, but snakes can be near each other. Yeah. Okay, so now we need a shape over here. This can be whatever. It doesn't really matter the size. This is all going to be pretty rough anyway. And then we need to listen for on body entered in this. Yeah, so let's do that. Get node area 2D. Area 2D. Body entered. So if body is harvestable, print near an apple. And maybe we even like queue free the apple just to see something happen. Or I don't know, like fade functions dot fade out apple. Body. Do we need to as node 2D? It is a node 2D, so I think we're fine. And we'll have it fade out over the course of 5 seconds. So it'll be very obvious that this happened. All right, let's go try that. I think Sound of Gaming, a lot of this will come from experience. As you interview, you'll realize how these things go and what's expected. And ideally, at some point in your career, you'll have been on the other side of the table and you'll be conducting interviews so that you'll also know what people are looking for. Because, yeah, I think I conducted a lot of interviews for like data structures and algorithms, and maybe like only 2 or 3 for behavioral stuff, and maybe like 1 for system design. So I did most of these. The behavioral ones, I just didn't have a lot of experience with, but the data structures and algorithms, like we had a rubric we were grading people on, and it was clear when someone knew what they were talking about and had prepared, and when they didn't know what they were talking about. And I think that in itself is a good signal. Then there's some nuanced signals like, well, are they just reciting this? Like, did they see the problem before? Are they cheating somehow? Do they clearly understand the curves you throw at them? Those sorts of things. They used to work in the gaming industry. Only kind of. There was 1 year that I worked at a game company. I've never actually shared what that company is. What did you decide what the snake buddy does? They just eat apples and then walk outside of town. It's more of a flavor thing than a functional thing. Okay, so I started this. Let's go test it out. There is 1 apple that's nearby, and it's right there. So if a snake walks close enough to that... Oh, this broke. What happened here? Snake buddy init. Line 37. The sprite doesn't exist. I keep doing this. I keep forgetting to call it based already. It's a game industry rule. You know it. GTA or get out. Okay, go to the apple. Yes. Did it work? No. It should have faded out over the course of 5 seconds. It didn't print anything either, though. So is this being hit and just body isn't harvestable? Did I mess something up? Let's speed this up quite a lot. It's not working. Well, why? Harvestable apple has a snake collision area. Maybe this isn't big enough. Visible collision shapes. So the area around the apple tree is that. Okay, it is pretty close to this. And how big is the snake's one? Okay, yeah, that's. But when it enters there, it hasn't. Okay, let's just make a bunch of these. Okay, so that one definitely intersected. But it's the snake entering the harvestables collision area, not vice versa. So maybe I don't want the signal that I used. Oh, also it's body entered. I want area entered, don't I? Area shape entered? I think I want area entered. Do I need to get the parent of it? Since when do snakes eat apples? Since Nokia phones. So we need to call get parent, I think. And I think that would be a mistake, maybe. Oh, the only things these can collide with have to be harvestables. Let's just put a breakpoint here. Yeah, let's just have near an apple and then just delete this stuff and then figure it out. That's an old people reference. I think most people have like seen or played a version of Snake before. Maybe not the Nokia one, but like the game's not so foreign to gamers nowadays. It's the kids who are out of touch. All right, so will this happen when they get close enough to that? And still no. What am I missing? Because I'm definitely missing something here. So harvestable apple is in the snake layer, and Snake Buddy checks for the snake layer. And I have this written down from here a while ago because I ran into this problem a long time ago, and I continually forgot how this worked. Here it is. A contact is detected if object A is in any of the layers that B scans, or B is in any layer scanned by A. Oh, this is out of date. Where's the word scan? It's not even on here anymore. Is area 2D correct? Yeah, or else we'd see an error down here saying that it can't find the node. Oh, wait, this is printing near an apple. Oh. I'm just looking in the wrong spot. Okay, it's working. Never mind. I launched from Godot, so of course the breakpoint is going to work. My bad, my bad. All right, let's try this again. Yeah, we can't see the collision shapes and have breakpoints. So there, it hit. And now we check out the area. The area's parent should be the apple. Name should be harvestable. Well, one of these things should have the name of harvestable. But I'm pretty sure, yeah. Makes me wonder if this was working before and I was just being silly about this. Okay, so how about this? Let's comment this out for now and say like we could use area.getParent here to be the harvestable. But I'm going to get rid of that for now and we're going to do this. And I want to see, could we have done this with body entered? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. So we're just checking to see if it breaks in. It's going to print near an apple regardless. Then we need to tween the apple from the tree. Okay, so does it break in? Are they going to get close enough? Okay, that one's definitely close enough. So no, it will not break in. So we'll just do the area way. I just need this to work, and I don't think this is going to be like low performance or anything. So now what we do is we cast it to a harvestable. Area as harvestable. This has to exist. Wait, what? Converting null literal or possible null? Can we do that? I don't know. There's some way to do this. We could just say if area.getParent is harvestable. So this would fade it out. We actually want to summon the apple to the snake. So we have collect here and then some stuff happening. We need to like get its sprite, but then we need to reset the position afterward. And we need to see if this thing was already being harvested. Yeah, we never really intended for this to work this way. All right, how about this? I'll take a quick break because the ad break's coming up anyway. So I got the collision to work. Now I need to tween the apple to the snake, show the +1G thing, and make sure the apple will respawn at its normal location. To that end, let's not wait this out. Let's say min spawn time is 4 seconds, max spawn time is 6. So we don't have to wait a long time. But yeah, I'm going to go take my break and I will be back in a little bit. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello again. Close the game. Close the game. I still appreciate having a voice activated interface, even if it doesn't hear me every once in a while. Intense game, I didn't see. Also, hi, Philby. And hey, Scoreboard Go. Chat spam. Okay, so we left off with trying to get the apples over to the snakes. And I have a couple things we need to do here. One is whatever happens during collect needs to still happen, but at a different time. So the sound, all of this. Invoke clicked an apple. Is this for the sake of achievements? Yes. Okay. This is not how that should be, right? Yeah, this is not how this should be. Because we make... Oh, no, we don't do anything here. Okay, never mind. Well, we could listen to Harvestable. I don't think it matters. Okay, let's see. Input pickable false. So this needs to happen immediately. And we need to check to see... Oh, we need to just turn off its collision. I think that's what freeze does. Let's take a look. Can we call freeze on this? No, you can only do that on a rigid body, I guess. So we'd have to get its... We'd have to turn off its area 2D for a second. Because the harvestable is going to be there no matter what. Yeah, I think we do. And I think this is here somewhere, right? Input pickable. If true, this object is pickable. A pickable object can detect the mouse pointer entering and leaving. The mouse is inside it. Report input events. Oh no, this isn't. This is not pickable. Disable mode. What does that do? Finds behavior in physics when node process mode is set to process mode disabled. I think we just disable or enable this one layer. And then we're probably fine. All right, well, this is going to be a little bit more involved than I thought. So now we need to get this snake collision area in here. Private area 2D snake collision area equals null. So when you first fetch this, we would have a layer. We could just hard code this layer somewhere. Oh my God. What is in my eye? Let's go get this snake collision area. Get node cache. There are only so many of these. I guess this is okay to do. All right. And then we could save off the number here. We could save it in a constant. I'll save it here. Int snake collision layer. So that's going to be not actually quite that. Because, oh, it is the layer. Never mind. It is going to be this. What is this? A uint. Not a meint. Okay. Then when we disable clickability on here, we do this right now. So I'll just put a, I guess it has to be public actually. No, it shouldn't be. What am I doing? Private void disable harvestability. All right, and then we can have a re-enable somewhere. Where do we do that? Right there. How about this? Let's say set harvestability enabled. Bool is enabled. So if it's enabled, then it's pickable. Yeah, so just like that. And that can be true, and this can be false. Nice. And now there's got to be some like collect by snake. Although probably the harvestable should be the thing to manage this then, right? Because it already has functions for all this stuff. Yeah, this might have been stupid. I mean, we just move where this is. Instead of being here, we put it in the harvestable. And we know that only snakes can enter. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's smarter. Hey, Sarah. And hey, Matt. Did you get in R1? Yeah, I did. Yeah. So I got the cheapest price. Yeah, 1 second. Okay. All right, so we're going to put this in a harvestable instead. So that means that the snake doesn't need to know anything about itself. Oh boy. All right, yeah. So this does not need to be here. And the harvestable will figure it out. Hey, Karada, thank you very much. Okay, so collision area entered. This has to be a snake. So we're gonna need to get that. If area.parent is snake buddy, then we need to do a bunch of stuff. So now we do set harvestability enabled as false. We need to like tween the apple to the snake and then trigger the +1G thing. All right, so we have something called fly functions, but I don't think this is going to work. This is specifically for sending items to nodes. And all it's eventually doing is making a tween, so we can just make the tween ourselves, right? Yeah. Well, if that's all it's doing, can't we just have like a fly with a node 2D and call all this stuff ourselves? Probably. What is this? What is the difference between property tweener and tween? And why do we do this? I guess because we need to know when that part itself is finished. Okay, give me a sec. I'm still thinking through this. Duration. All right, how about this? For now, let's just copy paste this. So we need to create a tween here. And this will actually be on the sprite node. Then we're going to tween the sprite node global position to be the snake buddy's position. Except the snake can move. As long as this happens fast enough, it probably won't be a big deal. Duration should be like 0.25 seconds. And then these should be whatever we had as the defaults. Quad and in out. When finished, we need to call the harvest stuff. Which is kind of all of that. This is at the position of the sprite node. Interesting. Do we position this whole thing? Where do we set this thing's position? Sprite node. Yeah, wow. Interesting. So doesn't this mean that you could click apples and have the +1G show in the wrong spot? Because it's always going to be based on the center of the tree, I think. But the apples aren't necessarily at the center of the tree. Oh, this is before I rebuilt. Oh, no, maybe it isn't. I don't know. Okay, so now the +1G I think is going to show here, not over here. Oh, I shouldn't have had that in turbo speed. Let's try that again. Yeah, it always shows in the same spot. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so this is a nice little fix too. So this would be private void. Like grant money, maybe? So we play a sound, we grant the money. We do this, and then we start the timer. Yeah. Grant money. Okay. So now when this is done, call grant money. Fade out is going to be true. Item's going to be sprite node. Duration's going to be the same duration. Probably. Okay, I think we got it. But who knows? Let's try it. So we need sounds here too. This is such a goofy little Easter egg. Like, why are the snakes eating apples off trees? Why I spend the time coding this? But I think it's funny. All right, let's get some sounds going. Go get it. No, no, go back there. What are you doing? Well, that didn't work. That was sorely disappointing. We couldn't even find the snake collision area. Really? Snake collision area. It's on... Oh, because brown mushrooms are trying to? Okay, my bad. This is just for apples. So init, I guess if is apple, init apple. Private void init apple. I mean, this is kind of a stupid way to do things. I should probably have some kind of inheritance handling this, but I don't really care that much right now. So let's do that. Has a lot of goofy little Easter eggs, and I think they're great. Yeah. Yeah, makes me wonder how much of development time was spent on Easter eggs. It's like, if we say that development was exactly 2 years, which it wasn't exactly, but that's 104 weeks. So if I spent 1 week on something, it's approximately equal to 1% of the game time, the dev time making something. So for example, the performance stuff that I did, yeah, probably spent 1.5%, maybe 2% on that. Yeah. The farm maybe took like 4 or 5% of the time, 4%. It's crazy to think about it that way, because 104 weeks is not such a crazy amount of time. It's been over a week jumping around. You might have by now. All right, is it gonna work? Is any snake gonna walk over there? They are, and it's still gonna fail. This time with the exact same thing. So what's going on here? Oh, because of this? Whoops. Yeah, my bad. Which means this is unused for mushrooms. We're probably gonna get rid of mushrooms anyway. All right, sorry. This is taking a little longer than I thought. Then again, it's for a good cause. It's for the snakes. Support your local snake. Go get them. Okay, what's wrong this time? Nothing's wrong this time. Are they entering the collision area? Oh, we got to check for... No, actually, we don't need to check for anything. Let's see when they walk past the next one. Or up here. None of them are going to do that, are they? Let's speed this up. Oh. That's weird. Area entered. Maybe it's got to be reversed. Maybe this needs a mask and the other one needs a layer. That's not what I would expect, though, with this. Requires monitoring to be set to true. Monitoring. No definition found. Monitorable. Oh, interesting. I see. I could have just turned that off. We don't need to save this thing. Area entered requires monitor ring to be set to true. Okay, so I can stop this. Snake collision layer isn't needed. And when we disable this, we just change monitoring. Yeah. Okay, but that doesn't solve my other problem, which is that I think this needs a mask and the other one needs a layer. I'm not certain why else this would happen, so let's just change it because it's so easy to do. There. Does that fix it? Sorry. Hey, Jason. Event receiver needs to have a mask for the layers it's reporting collision for. Okay, yeah, I probably did just reverse it then. So now I think it should work. Hey, nice. Okay, so is it animating correctly now too? It was a little too fast for me because I paused the debugger. Oh, nice. It's working. Okay, except for that. That needs to go away. Oh, because it wasn't unfading in and a snake already made it over there. So if it is fully faded in, it should work fine. Yeah, nice. Okay, we got to fix that problem now. So it's only once it's fully faded in. Or we just cut out the tween for this. No, we should wait for it to fully fade in. In fact, we shouldn't even set enabled until this is faded in. This returns a tween, right? Yeah, tween equals this. Tween dot finished plus equal this. We should have a make harvestable. So this can be no lambda here. Name does not exist in the current. Oh yeah, right. Okay. That should do it, right? Yeah, this means you can't click apples while they're spawning in. They need to be fully spawned in. But they're probably gonna be highlightable before before they spawned in. So let me try something here. What happens if I just click them? And then I just keep mashing click here. Yeah. So it's not highlightable until they're actually in. Oh, this is hard to test. Because I gotta predict where it's gonna be. Or react within like half a second. No, yeah, it's not harvestable, or it's not clickable. Okay, that's fine. So now let's spawn some snakes. No, that's happening still. Why is that happening? Oh, there's a bug. Function blocked during in-out signal. What? Function blocked during in-out signal. All right, well, we changed monitoring here. This is happening because of what? Oh, because we're in the middle of doing this. We could defer it, but then that means multiple snakes could find the apple on the same frame. I don't like that. I mean, I guess we could just check if the input is pickable. So if not is input pickable, just return. And then, yeah, we need to immediately set this, but I can't do monitoring anymore. I think it might work, but I don't really like this. So I probably should have made it spawn like 10 snakes at a time, so I need to press the button repeatedly. Is it working now? It looks like it's working. Oh, that one's gonna get an apple. Nice. I think it's pulling them from pretty far away. Also, I need to enter the area 2D. It can't be that they're already in it. So if there's a snake just hanging out here, which is kind of hard to repro. But yeah, that one will not eat that. It's got to be a new one that enters. Most of the time, I don't think you're going to notice or care. Yeah. And they'll rarely get this one because they don't often move up there. And maybe we should let them wander around a little bit more. It's hilarious. Okay. Well, it's working as intended now, and you should still be able to harvest them yourself. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, pretty reasonable. So... that's done. The spawn condition is a 5% chance when you beat the regular Inferno. Maybe it drops as you have more snakes. And when they leave town, they leave forever. Yeah, so them leaving forever is already happening. Beating the Inferno to make snakes is not happening yet. More and more snakes show up. Well, I want it to be every time you beat the Inferno, like the regular battle. So it's like a little Easter egg for doing the only optional thing in story mode. Because I like that idea. So we just need to tell when you've beaten that and then call create snake buddy. I'm not sure what tells us that you've done this. An Easter apple. That is correct. Town.ended battle. Oh, well, right there. And it should only be when you win, right? Yeah. So if result equals battle.1. So we can do a couple things in here. If you haven't won the first battle, then now you've won it. And if the instance ID is equal to the Inferno, but we need to know it's not an elite battle. I don't know how we get that. No, right there. Okay, that was easy. All right, so now there's a stat computations, like what, 5% chance to spawn a snake? You're going to eventually auto battle here and maybe win every like 4 seconds and auto battle every 7 seconds. I don't want to be spawning snakes constantly, but 5% is pretty small. Maybe 10%. Create snake buddy. All right, let's see what that feels like in practice. We need some beefy adventurers. I'm gonna go into story mode. We're gonna beef everybody up. There. Now give them a bunch of skills. Yeah, great. I want just one strong fighting party. So let's do that. Okay. And then they're gonna die because there's no way they can beat this. But then we're gonna get the treasure room and then they're not gonna die. Auto opening, that. What's that last one? Auto purchasing? Yeah, I want that too. All right, so yeah, they're super dying over here. But as we get them treasure, they will power up. Their DPS is 880. Next time they fight, should be a little bit better. They're still going to die though. But then the next time they fight, they should be totally fine. So let's see that DPS. Higher than 880. Oh wait, maybe they're going to win and it's just going to take them forever. They might. Turns out the golem's pretty powerful, especially when they're being healed. Which this might actually lower their DPS. I guess the golem's powering up as I'm giving them stats right now. So that's another thing. They're going to beat this wave, but then will they beat the next wave? Wow, they were invulnerable there. Oh, no, they died. Okay, yeah. So DPS is low, but now I think they could potentially win. Let's get him another few power-ups here before that happens. Okay, well, Mushy died almost immediately. What's going on? Level 18. Okay, they need to be stronger than that. All right, let's just speed this whole thing up. Let's just do this. Because why not? All right, now they should be super powered, right? Still no? Well, 30? That's not enough. What do you get them to? 40 or 50? This party just bad? Oh, now they're winning, right? No, they're still losing. This is meant to be the final battle in the game. Are they winning now? Yeah, they're winning now. Oh, no, maybe. Yeah. Okay, so they had a 10% chance to spawn a snake. And it took them how long? I didn't even see. They win in... Oh, they're not done yet. Come on. 1 minute and 11 seconds. No snake. Okay, well, we need item stacking for sure. And this, we don't even have the money for it. Item stacking. Okay, they don't have shops to put these in. We got to upgrade those shops. Gonna save the game. All right, now they're cruising. 24 seconds. Did we get a snake? No. Is this even working? I don't know. This is only a 10% chance. But they're winning faster and faster. Actually, we could just turn that on. Hey, Katie. Oh, nice. This person wants cloaks. All right, where is the snake? Show me the snake. I think the stealth. So they have a pretty good chance to dodge now. So the rogue hopefully won't die. 3 streams, nice. We're testing to see if snakes can spawn in town. Every time you beat this instance, there's a 10% chance that a blue snake comes out of the portal. And is the rogue dodging? Yeah, now the rogue is invincible. Look at them go. Wow, that's all it took. That's kind of overpowered. But they should be winning much faster now too, right? How many seconds does it take? 42? What? Was it better somehow when the rogue was dying? That doesn't make any sense. Where are the snakes? All right, whatever. I'm just going to cheat this. All right, that was what? 5 battles? 6? 7? Oh, there's one. Look at it go. Yeah. Would you notice this? You'd probably try clicking it or something. Like, what's a snake doing there? How many snakes can you have? I mean, technically there's no limit, but they leave town pretty quickly. So unless you're beating this instance like constantly. So if I turn on invincibility here, we can kind of see what the limit might be. It's probably going to lag because it's creating so many items. Okay, now we shrink all these. And now we click win, win, win. Yeah, we're going to get way too much loot here. We haven't gotten a single snake yet from any of that. Maybe I should make it more than 10%. Yeah. Yeah, this is too low. At least 20% maybe. All right, so we doubled the chance. 1 out of every 5 battles now will give you a little snake buddy. And yeah, let's see what that feels like. I don't think you're going to have that many battles going. I don't think you're going to stay around in story mode for that long. In fact, maybe we should like guarantee it if you just beat the boss. Yeah, maybe 45%. Let's do that. Because what's the point of making this Easter egg if nobody sees it, right? Like some people just move on right from story mode. Although technically this can happen in bone mode too. I actually kind of like that idea. Yeah, there's one and there's another one. So let's do this. Let's make it eat all the things off the ground. And I guess do that. There goes a little snake buddy. Oh, wait, we don't have invincibility on. Oh, we got another one. So yeah, when it moves near an apple, it will eat the apple. Got to be somewhat close to it though, which means coming up here, which it is not doing. Oh, there it goes. I got it. Nice. Is it the last level? Yeah, it's the last level. But also it's a level that had the snake in it to begin with. So I like this, you know, this hidden lore of, hey, some of these snakes are actually kind of nice. And one of the NPCs will eventually mention, my dream is to own a snake with a hat. Look at that. Look at that little snake. Yeah, I think 45% is the right amount. Doesn't happen all the time. It happens sometimes. Appleseed. Starting getting stress sweat. All the snakes are in town. Your workers just don't work. Yeah. Do we have max customers? We do. We don't have max customer speed. And if we get auto casting, impulse buy, entropic magic, and all of this stuff, then we cast this. They'll buy more of the stuff from there. And I guess we could just get this. There. Now workers won't wait around. Oh, another little snake. Hello, little snake. Are you going to get that apple? Yes, you are. I think it's a little bit fast. Just a little bit. And I think the duration should be set lower. So in this particular case, we set this to a const float duration equals 0.5. All right, and then this code on its own, I'm not actually sure that I like. We have fly functions already. We could just use that. Finished plus equal grant money. Yeah, I don't know. This is fine. Yeah, it's just a tween. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, so the only thing I have left to test, and then we can just check this in, is does half a second feel good? Because that way you can actually see it flying over there. A quarter of a second is pretty fast. I'm not going to fight in the Inferno or anything. We're just going to press page up. Go snakes. Oh, wait, no, we have to modulate the colors too. Yeah, but now it's going to the wrong location. Man. That's part of the reason I made it so fast. Because this tween doesn't account for the snake moving. We could, like, force the snake into the idle state when they get an apple. Or we could just lower the time here. I mean, 0.25 looked pretty much fine. They can't move that fast. They're not quite close enough. That was close enough, though, somehow? What? I don't think that made sense. Go back over there. Come on. Come on, snakes. I mean, it looked fine, but they weren't really moving. Nah, like, it kind of looks stupid. Okay, maybe we should just tween it to exactly where the snake is. How do we do that? We need some kind of callback from the tween, which we do, right? Tween method. So how does this work? Creates and appends a method tweener, similar to a combination of tween callback and tween property. Calls a period over time with a tweened value provided as an argument. Values tween between from and to over the time specified. Yeah. Yeah, this is what we have to use. This is going to be annoying. How does it work? All right, I don't know. Let's just figure this out. So now we can make this take however long we want. Half a second is probably fine now. And we want to do this callable, take in a float of like, I don't know, progress or like distance to snake. Percent travel time. There we go. Okay, now we set the sprite node's global position equal to this. Is there no cubic interpolate? I want quadratic interpolate. That doesn't exist. All right, well, whatever. Just some kind of interpolation. It doesn't really matter what. Vector B, pre-A, post-B, and float weight. Can I just do direction to this and then just set the magnitude times percent travel time and set that to duration and go from 0 to 1? Is that right? From and to? From and to. Okay, I don't know. Let's try that. You think I have any idea what's going on here? I don't. Yeah, cool. Hey, Rima. Ophidiophobia turns snakes into bunnies or something. This is such a cute little snake, though. I mean, imagine the games that have arachnids if they had little cutesy spiders. I wonder if people would still be put off by that. All right, is it working? I don't think so. No, it's definitely not working. All right, what's happening here? I'm messing this up as what's happening here. Oh, we need to have a start position, right? Yeah, that's why. Probably. I don't actually know. Vector 2's start position. And then this should have been the start position. Plus that. Yeah. Those snakes are rather cute. Yeah. I also don't think that fear of snakes is that common in video games. Fear of spiders either is or is a big joke at this point. I'm not totally sure which. Because I've seen the spider sightings in a couple of different games now. It was in Grounded and it was in that one where you were in space going to different planets and collecting stuff. And what was that called? Oh, what was that game called? Space game, multiplayer. Scrap collection. I don't know. I don't remember the name of this. I have it in my Steam library. Hey, Codex. It's still terrifying with cat images. Go to the apple. Go to it. Nope. Someone went to it. It's, oh, come on. It's just fading out. The position isn't working. What am I doing wrong? Tweeting this from 0 to 1. Oh, they're variants. Oh my god, maybe these need to be floats then. I thought I was being cutesy by just leaving off the F. Hey, Fog. No, oh god. Well, I don't know if you're talking to me, but the game I was thinking of, it was like a super popular multiplayer game. You had 4 astronauts on a spaceship. You would land on a planet. Then you had the day to explore some kind of structure there. It was kind of spooky. And you'd try to get scrap that you'd bring back to your spaceship. It started with an R or an S, I think. Lethal Company. Thank you. It didn't start with an R or an S. Yeah. This game had an arachnophobia mode, I think. I don't know what this would look like. I don't want to spook anybody. Yeah, it would apparently just say the word spider over them. Yeah, Lethal Company. That's what it was. Well, those are the two that I played that had it. I think Lethal Company was decent. I did not like Grounded. I don't know what it was. I just could not get into it. I was not interested at any point. But I think I'm a game grump. Lethal Company was very scary. I think it had a spooky atmosphere. I don't know if it was intended to scare. I was watching someone play Resident Evil 2 the other day. And I think that game would probably scare me. But I don't know. I stay away from scary games. All right, please tell me this is working now. No, it's still not. So that had nothing to do with this. What am I doing wrong then? We set this from a position. Is direction 2 normalized? Oh, it is normalized. Oh, that's a problem. I want a non-normalized version of this. So I guess we do... I guess we just subtract the vectors. How do we... Yeah, I guess we just subtract them. Vector 2 non-normalized direction equals snake buddy dot global position minus start position. Now the non-normalized one is what we use. I think that'll work now. You still get overcome with fear, and it's just amazing. Yeah. Tagged with horror doesn't require a mode to lessen the snake horror. That's correct. Yeah. So yeah, every time I play with Abby, our cat, and I see her hunt, I just keep thinking, man, it's so much of a relief that we're bigger than she is. Because if we were smaller than she is, she'd probably hunt us. And she's terrifying. But with us, she's just a cute little cuddly cat. Oh, hey, that worked. It's a little bit slow now. I think maybe 0.4 is good. Maybe 3.5 even. I know I'm spending a lot of time tweaking this. This is not... It's not a super large payoff, but I want this to look good. I think we're almost done. Then the modulate should be pretty quick to set up. Just do some HSV thing. I really should have just made the snakes wander over here by default. Yeah, that looks great. I like that. So if we speed this up a bit, one will eventually walk over here. Yeah, that looks great. So they're just eating them off the tree. Fresh apples. Okay, the remaining bit is modulate, right? Now we're going to be modulating an already blue snake because I am terrible at editing. By the way, can anyone do this better than I can and just like send me a graphic that does this? I want the snake to just, instead of having blue pixels, for them to all just be white so that I can modulate them and have them look like red or green. Oh, you know what I could do? Well, I guess this isn't the same thing, but I was going to say I could just change this. But yeah, this is pretty much what I want to be able to do from Godot, which means they need to be white. If anyone can edit images better than I can, I'll just upload this to you and let me put it in off topic on Discord. Send me the image. Okay, yeah, it's an off topic on the Adam Learns Discord. And thank you, Matt. Is the hiding goblin already in the game? It's not in a launched version, but it's been coded as of yesterday. So there's no way for you to see it yet. But once I release it, it'll be in the release version because the demo doesn't have that boss available. Transform to grayscale. Yeah, but it's got to be like whiter than that. I don't know how to do that. I think I'm just being a dummy. All right, so we want to modulate this. And we're going to pick a random color or random saturation from HSV. So what is all 0 to 1? 0 to 1, 0 to 1, 0 to 1. Okay. And there's an alpha, and the alpha is not required. So hue, we just want to do random.share.next. Is that a float? No, how do you get a float? Next single. And then saturation, I don't know, whatever the saturation is. Yeah, did I finish it? Yeah, I finished it. And then value. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see what would happen if I change this over here. HSV value is set to 1. Yeah, okay, so it should probably still be set to 1. Saturation should maybe just be whatever the saturation is by default. But this is not the snake graphic, so I'm not really testing anything right now. I guess let's go load up the snake graphic. We're not gonna take this out of the sprite sheet. Snake buddy, where's, oh, I'm typing the wrong thing. Okie dokie. There's the snake. So we want to change the hue. The saturation needs to be somewhere on this. This is at 0.5. Honestly, that on its own is not bad. It just looks kind of ugly toward the red side of the spectrum. No, it kind of looks ugly no matter where I put it. Because this is not how this is supposed to work. What is I? Whoa! What? What is this? This is intensity? We have a neon snake in the town? Huh. Hey, sunset. All right, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. And we're going to set this to 1. So now whenever you get snakes in the town, sine wave the eye for best result. Real neon snakes. What am I working on? We got snakes working. So now when you beat the Inferno, there's a 45% chance that you spawn a snake. And it just wanders around in town. And if it walks near an apple, it will eat that apple. Yeah, so there we go. We saw that one eat the apple. And then they just walk outside of your town. And that's it. That's the feature. Actually, this looks pretty cool on its own. If we just modulate them in the like blue to green spectrum, it'd look fine. Using build of Unity to make my game, and now there's a warning on the build. Not sure if I continue using it or update it. Oh, as in it's going to go out of long-term support? Change color while walking. I like this, although it's also changing their tongue color, which I guess... Yeah, whatever. We'll just say that it's part of that species of snake. Excuse me. All right, let's go clean up the code. I think this is looking good. So snake buddy, yep, we just moved this. False error where the package manager was incorrectly marking packages as invalid. You need to update your editor version to the next available one. Oh, I see. Shouldn't they have made another version of the long-term support one, though? All right, harvestable apple now has a shape in it. This looks good. Cool. Snake buddy is a new thing altogether. Scene paths points to snake buddy. Yep. Yeah, so far so good. We renamed this. That's fine too. That's fine. This should not have changed. Snake collision area. Why do we save this off? We don't need to, right? Yeah, we don't need to anymore. Okay, delete this. There we go. And that's that. We don't need that anymore. This should be like on snake 8 apple. Yeah. You know your plans after the release, DLCs, continue developing it. It all depends on how the game does. So if the game does well, then yeah, I'd probably continue developing it for a bit. I've got some ideas, and I've been keeping track of them in an issue over here. I just saw a message in Game Team. Oh, hey, here's a grayscale one. Thanks, Quickie Joe. Let me take a look, because I actually don't know, because I made a grayscale too, but then it didn't really work for me. I think I just kind of messed this up. Okay, so I don't want to actually import this into the project. So let's just go make a new project. And I'll just click any of these. It doesn't matter. Come on. It's initializing. Man, why is this taking so long? It's like doubly initializing. Huh, weird. Okay, now it won't take up just the part of the screen I want. There we go. So we put this into here. What is happening? Oh, yeah, it's taking a really long time. Man, it's just importing one image. And now it's lagging. What is going on here? I don't think I've ever seen Godot do this before. Do you like Godot? Yeah, I like it. And welcome in. Oh man, this is so slow. I've never seen this happen in here. I'm just trying to zoom in. All right, let's just close this. This is ridiculous. Or maybe change the render. Yeah, I'll just close this. As long as the original editor I have open is not super slow, I'll just drag this in here and we'll just delete it afterward. Did it work? It did. Put in the NPCs folder. All right, so this is how this will change now. So we want this to be at a like reasonable saturation level. I guess it does modulate it. Yeah. Do we like those colors? I think they're pretty good. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe we change this. It's so silly doing that. I don't know how you even set this through code, this I value, because it's not there in the API, color.from. Or maybe it is and it's a different thing that I was doing. Snake buddy. Color.from. Yeah, I don't know what that's supposed to be. Hey, Krasner. Anyway, so one of the things I was going to write before I sidetrack myself completely here is I think some kind of daily run could be interesting. 1279. All right, huge ideas. Ideas, leaderboard, some kind of daily run for bone mode. There's something else I had here. What was it? Oh, yeah, other twists on regular gameplay. I don't know what those would be. I think you, yeah, I don't know. All right, I'll just write that down. Aren't very vibrant. I think that's the issue. I think with this, it's nice and bright and colorful. And yeah, the problem is we're doing this based on gray. I mean, unless I just totally change this. Yeah, these look colorful and nice now. Oh, they get a lot of white pixels in them. I just don't want those white pixels to be there like that. Or maybe I do. I guess they were in the original Snake. Yeah, so how do we do this through the editor? And why can't you hover over this? I don't know. Godot HSVI? I've just never heard of that. Or is it an L for luminance? No, it's definitely an I. Yeah, what is this? How do you do this? I guess the other way we could have done it is just make a shader that changes this. Although I don't feel like putting in that kind of effort to just have different colored snakes. Color. We only have those few things, right? Yeah. Returns light intensity of the color. Is there a set luminance? No. What is the I value? I just don't get that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. All right. I will probably not worry about this too much. Thank you, though, Quickie Joe. Yeah. All right, let's delete this. So Snake Buddies stays in there. Harvestable. Hopefully this looks a little bit better now. Why is that red? Did I delete something that I shouldn't have deleted? Please tell me I didn't. Yeah, I deleted somehow all of Snake Buddy. I think I've gravely messed up. Oh boy. All right, let's see if we can find the history of Snake Buddy. Yeah, here we go. File saved at 1024. Yeah, I want this back. Yeah, oops indeed. This should go into town NPCs. Yeah. Snakebuddy.cs. All right, I must have selected too much. Yeah, now this is looking good. Whew. All right, so town has create Snake Buddy. What are we actually doing here? Adding this, setting its position. I kind of want this inside the Snake Buddy scene. Never ditch Snake Buddy. Hey, Mark. Okay. Let's go make a public static void create town. So we make one of these. We add it to the customer node, which we wouldn't be able to do yet from here, but we can return this thing. Return Snake Buddy, initialize with town, town.portal position. Do this from the caller side of things. So this will be snakebuddy.create this, and then simply add them here. Okay, just deletes a few lines from that, which I like. This shouldn't be here now. Hey, Pressel. And since you don't have anything ready, this should be fine to do. No, wait, we do. It's the walking entity. This is going to fail. Won't it? Yes. Sorry, well, whatever. Fine. Let's just add a node parent. Doesn't make a difference. So that can go here now. Parent dot add child. We don't return it. We don't do this. Customers node just gets passed in. Great. To the point where we don't even need this here, right? We can just call it from this. Create Goblin should probably look the same way. Yeah, I'll do that later. Where's that called from, though? No, we have a couple of those calls. I don't know. It doesn't matter either way. All right. Then we don't want page up here. Okay, what are we looking at? Just this. Cool. So this is probably fine. Yep. That looks good. Actually, I kind of, well, this part's fine. I kind of want them to not leave town as frequently. So even instead of 0.001, it's like 0.0008. It's kind of a stupid way of doing things, but yeah, I'm not going to test that. All right, now we have this. That's fine. Goblin changed very slightly, and Snake Buddy is brand new. Cool. So add Snake Buddies to the game. These have a 45% chance of spawning when you beat the regular Inferno battle. They will wander around town for a short amount of time, consuming apples off the trees if they move close enough. They're mostly for flavor. Yeah, now let's try it one more time. So if we continue our game, we should have the saved game with the Inferno battles. Yeah. Toggle invincibility. Let's run these battles. Oh, weird. We don't have the garbage slime. Okay, now we can actually see. So it's a 45% chance each time. So we failed both those checks. And that check. And that check. And that one. This suggests I did something wrong. Oh, there's one. Yeah, it's not very colorful. Maybe what I'll do is I'll just randomize them in the blue end of the spectrum. That probably looks better. Yeah, that probably looks better. Okay, let's go back to here then. So what does look good with this? We set the saturation to 50 and then just change the color. Yeah, so anything from like right around there, 54 up to 212. 54 to 212. Yeah, so 54 to 212 out of 360. So this is our range that we want. So this is going to be float range 0.15, 0.59. Just generate toward the blue end of the spectrum, since those colors look good. And now we do need this back in here. Good. Let's try that out. So we should just see bluish greenish snakes. There's not a lot of color variety. In fact, I think we see more green than blue. Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad. I actually kind of want it to be more blue than green. We chose 54, I think, all the way up to 200 something. So maybe instead of starting at 54, we should start at like 90. Where'd that go? Snake Buddy. 90 out of 360 is exactly 0.25, so that's it. So that'll cut out, what was our range? Like 45 before, and we cut out 10 of it. So what, 2/9 is 22%. So we cut out 22% of the green snakes. Now we should have more blue than green. Not really. Kind of. That's good enough. Okay, let's check that in. And then town, we don't want this new change that I just put in. Cool. All right. So I'm going to show something that I did yesterday really fast because I like this change that I did. But this is kind of a spoiler of an Easter egg. So if you don't want a spoiler, don't watch this part. It's pretty minor. I'm really happy with how the feature turned out. And even looking back on it, I know it's only been a day. I'm still satisfied that I made it. So yeah, if you want this spoiled, check this out. So after you've beaten the volcano, and I should have done this a little bit differently. Let me turn this off, and this off. So they should clear out the town now. I mean, we have 2 customers buying everything. So what'll happen is a goblin will spawn behind a tree after like 3 minutes, which is why I have this running in turbo speed. And it won't announce its presence in any way. And I'm waiting for it to... It might have already spawned, actually. You can only just barely see it peeking out from behind a tree. No, I don't think it's spawned yet. It probably needs a little bit more time. Is it there? I still don't see it. Hope this isn't broken. Oh, there it is. Okay. So if you see really closely here, there's a goblin. And every once in a while, they'll move to a different tree. And that's when you'd spot them. So like, yeah, I don't expect players to see this here and be like, oh yeah, I should click that. But normally you have a bunch of like humans running around your town, skeletons. You don't ever see a green character like this. So I'm waiting for them to move. They only move somewhere between 30 seconds and 2.5 minutes, I think. So I have it running at 2x speed. I guess we can speed it up a little bit more and then just pause it when they move. Come on, come on. We have like a full walk animation for them. They just want to hide behind that tree. Oh, actually, I just realized they can pick the same tree twice. Oh, maybe that's why they can move. Anyway, so here, it's moving now. If you were to click it, and there's a sound effect for this. So it'll go hide behind another one over here. And you'd realize like, oh, a goblin started moving, but didn't actually move past it. It makes a little sound. Oh, those go to the warehouse. I don't want that to happen. I didn't have the warehouse when I tested this. It should always drop them on the ground. Okay, well, I'm glad we tested this then, because I would have never seen that. Fix goblins so that they always drop items on the ground, not in the warehouse. How much will the game be? It's going to be $15 with a 15% launch discount and regional pricing. So this is the price in US dollars. I think, I don't remember how much it is in euros, because it's not the direct conversion to euros. It's like, there's some other adjustment made to it. Great demo. That was a great demo because now I know what to fix. All right, so we gotta go find goblin. Generate items, calls, town.add items. I don't want this to run. So we want like a skip warehouse. Bool skip warehouse equals false. If not skip warehouse, yeah. Sorry, so just to be clear, what I meant is I know we can do the conversion, but it's not necessarily just the conversion. Let me see what the explicit price is. It's loading. Okay, euros, it says 14.79. So then times 0.85 is this much, so 12.57, I guess. But the reason I say it's not a direct conversion is like if you look at INR, it is, where are rupees here? Yeah, it's 690. So 690 INR to USD is 758. So this is what I mean by regional pricing. Like if it were priced in India at US dollars, it'd be double the price. So it'd be 1400. But instead it's only 700 because that's what, I don't know, spending power in India or whatever. I'll Twitch that. Hey, Dr. Aluminum. Thanks for the help, by the way. I have not finished reading your message. I only saw that you messaged me. There were some other people who also had sent messages, and I need to respond to everybody today. So I do plan on making an account for you on Weblate. And if you haven't sent me your like desired username and email, please do that. Part of the reason I sent the translation instructions, and again, you might have already seen all of this and you've responded to it, and I'm just needlessly talking right now, is because it talks about like this is volunteer work and also like how you sign up. I just want to make sure that's clear. Yeah, cool. Already sent it. Cool. Yep. All right, so now what we need to do is go modify this to not skip the warehouse, or to skip the warehouse, excuse me. Now let's not make this take forever. So let's go create Goblin. And where do we do this? In unhandled input. Yep, cool. And then the other thing I realized is that the goblins in their walk state can find a position they were already at. So I want them to try a couple times to find a new position. So random position equals the current position. And then while random position dot distance to their current position is less than, yeah, some amount, generate a new one. We could just have this run forever until it finds one. It's guaranteed to be able to find one. We could also do a number of attempts here. Equals 0, and number of attempts is less than 5. Yeah, so number of attempts plus plus. This is kind of pointless, right? Probability suggests that 5/6 of the time it's going to pick a different one. And so what if you get the 1 out of like 216 time that it stays in the same place for 3 attempts? Then it just won't peek out from behind the tree. But I think this is the nicer way of doing it. So now we set the random position equal to that. So this is random target. All right, so that was one part of this. The other part of this is not making it take so long to move. So we go to Goblin Wait. And we don't really need to lower this, but I still will. 2 to 10. Define evil. Settings FPS limit is not next to the corresponding slider. That's a bit strange. Let me write this down for now. Did you hard code the hiding positions? I put them in through the world itself. So there are 6 hiding spots, and yeah, they're hard coded because they're meant to be behind the trees. It can actually obscure them. So like that little point right there is hiding spot number 2. So yeah, if you know what all 6 places are, you'd be able to find it pretty easily. But this is intended for new players, and it's not really like a major buff to your gameplay anyway. All right, so now if I press page up, it created a goblin somewhere. Where are they? I don't see them. Did it fail? No. That's strange. I know where all the positions are. Maybe I didn't make one? No, what? That doesn't make any sense. What's happening? How are they hiding that well? Yeah, what is going on? Oh, maybe because... No. Doesn't make any sense. Is it because I create them in the disappear state? Yeah, okay, that's why. All right, then we need to change this number to be, yeah, something smaller. Hiding too well. 404. How is licensing handled? Is it all through Steam? Licensing of what? You might mean publishing? How is publishing handled? Publishing is done through itch and through Steam. But the licensing, you might be talking of like assets or the actual like game copy that you get. On itch, it's just a DRM free thing that you have forever. On Steam, you're probably, I don't know the exact terms for this, but you're probably like getting a copy of a client license that they could revoke if they want to. So yeah, it's just the same that everyone does on Steam. I don't even think there are custom licenses. But if I'm not understanding the question, feel free to keep asking. I'm not sure I've answered. Yeah. Okay, so now there should be a goblin here somewhere within the next like 10 seconds. And by the way, this is how they'll spawn in the game too, where it will not announce its presence, as I mentioned. Yeah, so there it is. It spawned there. It's going to now move. It'll pick a different tree, hopefully. And now when you click it, even if you have the warehouse, it's just going to drop the items on the ground. It dropped nothing because I've never found an item. So first we need to go find an item. It won't be possible to find the goblin without finding an item first. So now we'll only drop blue potions when we find them. There they are. Yep. So drop 2 blue potions. We can put those in our shop. And new one should be spawning. So yeah, if we go beat every place in the game. Well, I'm not going to beat everything, I guess. But let's be like one more location. So we need to beat this. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. There. Okay, now where's the goblin? There they are. So yeah, players will see this. They'll click it. Look at some items. They dropped in like the tavern area. Which actually, I guess that could be a problem. Let me see. What happens when we build a tavern here? That's fine. It's a little weird that happens. But yeah, I really, really like this feature. I think this is so cool. I can't wait to see someone discover this for the first time. You can only find it after you've beaten the volcano. So it's after about like half an hour playing the game. And you might just never see them. You might think they're a town person. Like, oh, what are they doing there? Oh, the tree gets removed. Oh my God. Okay, I'm very glad we tested this again because their hiding place is now out in the open. We can't pick a tree that gets deleted. Oh, I didn't even think of that. We don't delete any of these, do we? No. Oh, that was kind of funny. So if we just keep pressing page up, it should keep making goblins, and one of them should be here, right? Why am I not seeing them? There it is. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. That was bad. I guess we should move it to here. Any kind of mischief he can do? No, it's just that. You just click them, and they give you a couple items. Remember, most players probably won't ever even really pay attention and see this. There won't be this many. There's only going to ever be one in your town. And most of the time, they're going to be hiding behind a tree. So, like, every once in a while, they'll be like, is that a blueberry or something? And you'll click it, and you'll be like, what? And it just runs in the portal and disappears. So, yeah, we got to change our hiding spot. Thankfully, this is why I did this the way that I did. We can just drag it somewhere else. Which hiding spot is that? It's this one. Yeah, hiding spot 6. So we instead put it right there. It should be fine. Yeah. Now, is that too out in the open? Hey, Toulouse. Could you make them spawn behind the roof? I could, yeah. But I need to check for the existence of the tavern before using that hiding spot, and I don't want to add another conditional to this. Okay, so now, whether or not you have that, yeah, that's a little bit too visible. Yeah, how does it look when they're behind the other trees? Yeah, so let's move it to the right just a pixel maybe. And then when we get the tavern, it should still be obscured, yeah. Yeah, the moving it by a pixel did not take effect yet, by the way. So now I'm going to try that again. Okay, so we found 2 issues here. What was the first one again? Oh yeah, that they didn't drop items on the ground. Yeah, they're still a little bit too visible. Well, I don't know. How many pixels is that of the goblin's head? Like 15? How do they look when they're behind these? I just take a picture of both. I'm not going to stop there. Yeah, still too visible though. Let's move it right and down. The left side might be okay, but your change works. Oh, I think I see what you're saying. Like, find a position that works for both the tavern and the tree. Did I spawn this correctly? There. Yeah, that's better. So I kind of want to see when they go over to this, because I think the way that they'll path is always around this way, maybe. It'd be cool if they walked through your weapon shop, but I don't think they'll ever do that. So I'm just going to spawn like 1,000,000 of them. And we'll see. Do they ever go to the right here? Oh, they do. Nice. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we're finding valuable items now. Oh, and they can stack items if they give you 2 of the same. I think that's okay. So silly. All right, cool. How many days left? I think 19. Okay, so we fixed that. We don't want this. This is good too. Actually, these are 2 separate changes. Let's check them in separately. This should not be checked in. This should not be checked in. Yeah, actually 3 changes, I guess, right? Yeah, so fix one of the goblin hiding spots. There's a tree near the tavern that gets deleted once you build the tavern. Not so hidden when that happens, huh? All right, now for this one. This is make the goblin always drop items on the ground. Goblin always drop items on the ground. It used to drop items in the warehouse if you had built it. Okay. And then this is make goblin try to find a new hiding spot. There was nothing to prevent the goblin from finding the hiding spot that they were already in. This was never intended. It's still possible now, but it's a fleetingly rare chance. And to the player, it will just feel like they were hiding for longer than the... it doesn't matter. I say fleetingly rare. We do what, 5 attempts here? So it's 1/6 to the 5th power. So it's a 0.01% chance of happening. Something like that. I don't know. It doesn't matter. And even in that 0.01% chance, it's like, yeah, it'll just stay behind a tree. It's not a game-breaking bug or something. Okay, so the other idea that I had here was adding in an item bag. We have this graphic. Well, do I have it in a better way that I can show? I forgot where it is exactly. Yeah, I think it's in one of the world map things. Game, assets, world, exterior maybe. Is it there? Probably. Maybe it's on the farm one. Yeah, right there. Yeah, so this is an item bag. We could put this in the forest somewhere. I'm less sold on this one now. Maybe if it gave you mana. If the apples give you a tiny amount of gold, this could give you like 5 mana, which is going to do next to nothing for you. Although maybe that's what the mushrooms do when you click them. Yeah, so we already have the apples on the trees. And I was thinking, okay, we could spawn little item bags somewhere. It feels a bit redundant with both apples now and the goblin. The idea was you just get a random item from it. If it were to give you mana, then they can't show up before you have the enchanter. It could be... This is really stupid. As I say, it could be that you find a legendary sword in there. Then everyone starting a run would know, oh, you can click this legendary sword location. Or maybe you'd have to find it in the world and there's like 10 different spawn locations. But I still think that's silly. And you wouldn't have a weapon shop at the beginning either. So you need to give it to Carved Slime. Yeah, so item bags. Torn on whether we should still do this. The idea was that item bags would spawn in random places, and clicking them would open it, would provide a cheapo item to you. Apples already provide gold. The goblin now exists and provides items. This would just be another clickable thing on the map. So yeah, item bags don't really feel different from those things. They could give you mana, but then you need the enchanter. At that point, you may not even still be looking around the map. Temporary boost. I mean, that's what the enchanter does. There are boosts to workers and to customers. So I don't want there to be too much overlap with any of the existing systems. It can't really affect progression. I mean, we could just not do this. Alternatively, yeah, we could do it and have some like, yeah, I don't know, something that gives you mana. Your mana already refills pretty quickly if you max this out. You get 10 per second. So if there's a bag on the map that gives you like 5 mana, you wouldn't even click it probably. But it's sort of like how apples give you 1 gold. Like, there's no real reason to click this when you're getting like hundreds of gold. So there wouldn't be a reason to get 5 mana either. Maybe a bird that flies around and you need to click it. Well, we don't have a graphic for a flying bird. We do have a graphic for the bag. Or I don't know, maybe there were some graphics. Let me go take a look. Super Retro World. Here we go. Okay, let's see what they had in the farming package. Where's the farm? Farm. Here. So yeah, they had these graphics. Some characters harvesting things, like a bug catching net. I know this is really tiny. Some plants. Campfire, treasure chest, coins, doors. A cart and a sickle. And whatever was in here. Yeah. I mean, if we were going to give mana, I feel like these colorful pots, you could just break them open. You click it, it cracks. Although that also doesn't have blue around it. So I guess you click it and it cracks into a blue one and then disappears. That could be kind of neat. Yeah, that could be kind of neat. Could change these to the pots that are in the sprite sheet. Although those might look weird just scattered around the world. Yeah, I'm not really sold on this. Yeah, all right, let's skip it for now. I'll write down how I feel about this here though. Not really sold on the item bags now that we've added now that the goblin is in the game. There's too much overlap between item bags and the goblin, but also with apples. In all cases, you're getting something relatively cheap by clicking something on the map. Maybe a good idea at some point would be to spawn those colorful pots / vases, and clicking them would grant mana to you if you have the enchanter. It would be very similar to apples. Well, incredibly similar to apples at that point. As such, I think I'm just going to remove mushrooms from the game. Is that here? Yeah, remove the mushrooms. Okay, let's do that. So comment, and now let's go remove them. For those who don't know what I'm doing here, this is another one of those things the game just never announces. There are 3 mushrooms that you can click, and people almost inevitably click them, and then they're like, why can't I click the other ones? Because we use the same sprite for all of them. So like this mushroom, you can click it, you get a gold. But then you find this one, it's the exact same sprite, you can't click it. And this one's clickable, and then way up here, it's clickable. At least with the apples, it's only those 3 apples in the entire game. Here, here, and here. With the mushrooms, they're all over the place. Like, I don't want to audit every mushroom in the game. So yeah, we're just gonna probably delete that. All right, so where's the environment here? Harvestables, so yeah. Sorry, mushrooms. I want to replace it with just regular mushrooms now. Mushroom DLC, hey the Hulk. All right, where are mushrooms typically? They are on ground layer scatter object. So we're going to pick this and draw them in the other 3 places. There's 1, there's 2, and there's 3. And now in harvestables, we just go delete those. Goodbye, goodbye, and goodbye. Now there's going to be a bunch of code in harvestable that doesn't make any sense because we don't use this for anything other than apples. Oh, and I guess we can delete the mushroom harvestable. Yeah. So this should go away. Show in file system, delete. Dependencies world.tres. Okay, we got to go fix that. World.tres. Can we just open this? Yes, we can. So I want to delete this. Good, save. And then delete this. Yeah. Then this had a script. Oops, I just saved it again. Okay, let's delete it again. The same deviled egg. And then delete anything that has to do with is apple over here, because we're going to just assume that everything is an apple now. I guess it doesn't really matter. We just delete it from the whole scene, which means harvestable wouldn't have it. Yeah. So is apple is gone, and we assume it to be true. So this init apple can just be part of init here. At which point, what we should really do is put this into its own function. Plus equal snake, make snake eat apple. Yeah, so this isn't needed, but make snake eat apple is. And now we delete that and that. Okay. That's pretty nice. This can be deleted. Yeah. So mushrooms are no longer clickable. Snakes should still eat apples. You should still be able to click apples. And you should still get the achievement even if snakes eat the apples, I think. But I don't really want to test that. Because we already have a thing to test. Well, we don't have to test it with apples later, but doesn't matter. Okay, so continue. And so these mushrooms are not clickable. Good. The apples are clickable. Good. And now I got to go check out what happens when we beat the Inferno. But we need apples to be on the tree, so I gotta speed this up. There's an apple. Nice. So we just keep beating this instance until we get A snake. Hey, there's a snake. And it's just running away. Goodbye, snake. Hey, there's another snake. Hey, they're going to get this, though. Come on. No, down. Not up. Come back. Come back. Are they just never leaving town now? Uh-oh. They are leaving, but I meant to only lower this by 20%. It seems like I lowered it by a lot more than that. I'm not seeing another one spawn. Oh my god, really? It's a 45% chance. I'm getting this unlucky. There we go. It was like 6 tries. I know it's not that crazy. And then we got to get lucky with the direction that they move in. Take an apple. Take an apple. Yes. Go down further. I swear. They're doing this to bother me. They know. They know what I'm trying to test. Okay. You're the one who's going to take us to victory here. One of you snakes. Just go down there. Oh. Yes, good. That's all I wanted to test. So this fixes this issue. Remove brown mushrooms. See, fixes this. See that issue for more information. Okay. Yeah. And harvestable should have gotten shorter, right? Yeah, by 12 lines. All right, neat. So I think we're deleting this. The bird. The bird. Is it worth spending like 4 hours on this feature? For those who don't know, the feature was we have this cute little bird here. And what if it hopped around in your town? And when it got close to the chef slime cooked it. It turned into wisdom sludge. What does it matter? It's in now. The bird? The bird's not in yet. Hey, Cakes. Welcome in. We were just talking about a silly feature I want to add. Hey, actually, you probably been asked this a million times. And if Cakes already had to run, then someone in his chat could answer. But did Cakes add any Easter eggs to Tangy TD? And hey, Snake. And hey, Bite. We love Cakes. Good. Good, good, good. Hey, no exception. Kinda, yes. Yeah, because I've been working on a couple of Easter eggs. I already had some in the game, but I've been working on a couple more, and I'm debating on adding another one that would take quite a lot of work. Hey, Future. Hey, Shintai. And hey, Meta. So yeah, the new thing that I've been talking about doing, and I think this is a lot of work, but we have this little bird creature. What if it spawned in town? I don't know, comes out of like the trees or something. And then if it gets close to the chef slime, it gets cooked into wisdom sludge. So typically you harvest crops and you harvest, as you put them into the chef slime, they cook them into wisdom sludge. And then you use this to level up your adventurers. So this is like experience points in this game. But the bird idea was like, okay, there's a phoenix boss in the game. You fight them in the mines. And then, yeah, what if your town could just start spawning birds? It's a lot of work, and I'm worried that people won't see it happen. The bird would have to not just wander; it'd have to like have a death sentence and go into the chef slime. Because otherwise, if you just see it wandering around town, you'd be like, "What is this bird doing here? Like, why is there a bird strolling around?" So yeah, I'm torn. Eagles and bugs. Love Easter bugs. So if we have the bird Easter egg, then we probably need them to go toward the chef slime. Maybe clicking them could make them head toward it. That way you can influence their path a bit. Want to help your sales, etc. Yeah, I like the idea. What are the changes happening? What do you mean? Yeah, so this would make it better. Like a bird spawns and it's just on your path somewhere, like here. And it wanders around in like a very tiny area. When you click it, it'll wander a little bit closer, like maybe in this area now. You click it again, it wanders a little bit closer, click it again, and it just gets eaten. I think that'd be a fun Easter egg. We could even make this happen like once per save file. After you beat the phoenixes, a little bird just spawns like somewhere up here somewhere. We'll start assaulting your workers until you lose all your money. This isn't Zelda. Yeah, okay, I like that idea a lot better. Because, yeah, one of the issues that I had with this earlier is that if this happened, if it was just like, let's say this character was wandering around and it could get eaten by the garbage or the chef slime, then you might not witness it happening. So you might just be over here and now it's gone and you hear a sound effect and you never see this Easter egg. But if you have to click the character and click him again and click him again, then you know that you were doing this thing and you're like, what is this all about? And I kind of like the idea that it only happens once. Yeah. So is it worth the effort to do this now? Because yeah, one of the other issues is we don't have the same walk animation frames that we had before. I might do this in my spare time, but yeah, I like that idea. So wanders around in a small area after beating the phoenixes. You can click it to make it wander closer to the chef slime each time. When it's close enough, the chef slime will eat it and cook it for, or I guess like just cook it. Yeah, this should only happen once. So we need to save this in your save file. Alternatively, we could do something like this. We could say that anytime you beat the phoenixes, or not, no, sorry, the first time you beat the phoenixes, or when you load from a save file where they were already defeated, we could just say start a 10-minute timer. So you might never see this if you just keep loading, like save and load your game every 5 minutes. And okay, that's fine. It's just an Easter egg, so it doesn't really matter. But that way, if you wanted to maximize this, which that'd be very stupid, I guess, you'd save and load every 10 minutes. No, you should probably just make it happen once per save file. Yeah, that's probably smarter. Because again, we got to think of incentives. Not that this is a speedrunning game, but I wouldn't want it to get to be a speedrunning game if people are like, well, this part of the game really sucks. So you have to save and load every 10 minutes to maximize your profits. So yeah, we save it in your save file. We should probably just write custom code for navigating or for animating and pathfinding for this thing. Since it won't have all of the walk animations. Yeah. Saving a file costs money. But which save file do you pull the gold from? Is it the current one? So saving takes a gold from that, or loading costs money? I guess it has to be saving, because otherwise you might not be able to load. Saving game with 0 gold locks you out of the game. Some systems, follow paths, probably hop instead of walk. Bird could come in from a different location than customers. Maybe it enters from the right side of town. I think it could just appear from behind a tree. It can even be the same tree every time. And I like this showing up when you beat the phoenixes, because that's far enough in the game where you're not really unlocking a lot of new stuff anymore. It's also at the point in the game where you don't need 50 wisdom sludge. Like, it doesn't really do anything for you. And we could make it every time you beat the phoenixes. That way, if you repeat the battles, you can see this happen again. And then you need to corral a bunch of birds around your town. Maybe we just do this every time you beat the phoenixes. And we only spawn the bird if you don't already have one. This means that if you save while the bird is in your town, too bad, it'll disappear. Yeah, I think it's fine. This could kind of be fun to make on stream. I think we're running a little bit out of time for today. I only wanted to stream in the morning, and I definitely can't do this in 40 minutes. It's going to take longer than that. So let's find some other stuff that we can do. Yeah, let's take care of this. And the journal, of course. And then what else? I got to figure this out. I don't know what to do about this. The splash screen on the Steam Deck is like at the bottom left of the screen. It looks terrible. It's only because I switched to the compatibility render, and I think there's just a known issue about this. Has this been worked on? No. Ah, it just looks so bad. I don't know what else we can do. Maybe we can shrink the image. You know what actually I should try? There's an issue with entering windowed mode. I wonder if we can repro this on my Mac. Yeah, I want to try this. Maybe this can repro on Mac by setting the game resolution to like 5000 by 5000 or something like that. What would happen in that case? Yeah, I'm not sure. But there's a problem with it on the Steam Deck right now. Could we then set the game resolution to like, yeah, 800 by 600 or something small that can be expanded rather than something big which can't shrink? All right, anything else? This is not gonna happen. Oh yeah, the tip themes and stuff. Quickie Joe mocked something up that looks really good. We were talking about this the other day, and I saved a... Where is that? I stashed something. Yeah, here it is. I'm not going to show this. It's not really worth it, but the town menu right now has this gray border and a black background, and so does the buildings menu here. He mocked this up, which I think looks really nice. Let me just copy this into Affinity. So again, for comparison, here's the game right now, and here's what this would look like. And it's a little bit fuzzy, I think, in the picture, but it wouldn't be in the game. But yeah, so we have this nice like scroll here on the side, and the tips would change as well. These are using the same theme, so just imagine one of these kinds of boxes popping out of the side, and it would look like this. I think this looks a lot nicer. So yeah. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. And then when I get back, I'll work on some of these miscellaneous tasks. Is it jump time? It's jump time. For those new here, you can type join in Twitch chat and then J and a number to jump. And in 30 seconds, you'll be able to jump up to the top of the world. And it's a competition. Have fun. I'll be back in a bit. again, everybody. I have a hoodie because I'm freezing again. The entry. Hey, Seshamara. Thank you for the raid. Attempt successful. Hope the stream was good. Warmth. Takeover. Close the game. All right, let's see. The why are you sparkling thing, there's a glow command you can use if you are a subscriber. Hey, Dark. The new pets, it's looking pretty good. We added it to the game. I think it's nice. So yeah, it's somewhere in here. I don't remember where. Glow? Yeah, glow and name color. You can change both of those things. You can also customize your character regardless of whether you're a subscriber. But you have to do that in the middle of a game, not at the end of the game. So if you want, look through these instructions. You can customize some stuff. Did it not work? No, it worked. It worked. And I said hi and thank you. And then I hope you had a good stream. I see the ray here. Yeah. Welcome in. My character glows, but I don't think I ever use the glow command. I think it's automatic if you... how does it work? If you... There's like... It's probably like null versus on versus off. Like off is you chose for it to be off. Whereas if it wasn't on and then you became a subscriber, I think it turns it on. Hey, sad customer. Wish there was a clickable settings button. Opening the menu is like the only thing you can't do with the mouse. Game would be perfect if I ever fall off my bike and break my arm. I've been torn on whether to add one because I don't want to take up any more screen real estate with a button that most people are never really going to need to click. And most people do press escape and it's fine. And then if you have a controller, you could press the B button and it would also open it up. So I probably won't end up adding it. But yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at this. I said this thing shouldn't exist because I definitely don't like how this is working. And we only use it in 2 spots. One is update speed of entities. This... Where do we do this? We only do this in 2 places, right? Workers, adventurers, and customers. Town has a customers node now, doesn't it? Or rather, this thing? Okay. Does it have workers? No. And it has adventurers, right? Yeah. Isn't there something that you can fetch this with? Get adventurers? Yeah. Okay, so get adventurers. So we need a get workers, and then we should just get rid of this thing. And then make this a lot cleaner, right? I mean, to make it for... I don't know. Let's see what's going on here. So get nodes of the component. This is calling into get nodes in group. How else do we do this? Saving the game. I don't think I care about this. This returns an IEnumerable though. This should be an IEnumerable. That'll save an allocation because this is actually a Godot collection that we were converting into a C# collection. Now we're not. We're just iterating over it. But the bigger problem here is that this function is making a new collection, then making a function. And we don't need to do pretty much either thing. Maybe click the entrance. To open the settings, I don't think that'd be obvious. But I hadn't thought of an in-world way of rendering the settings. But I think if we were to do that, we'd have to put like a... I don't know. Like something that's obviously a settings button. Yeah. I think it'd be a little strange. Yeah, that thought hadn't crossed my mind though. I think if you're in like a high-tech world, if it were a sci-fi setting, it's pretty clear to have like a TV screen or something. And it's like, oh, that's the settings menu. You walk over to that screen. Although I think it's... Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel. Hey, Flava Sava. Why is the squid angry? This is the chef slime. He's angry because he's bad at cooking. He wants to be better at it. Hey, Thorn. Have you considered coop producing a game? Oh, I think you mean co-op. Co-op producing a game or only solo? I didn't make this game on my own. I already did co-op produce it. What about a wooden billboard? I mean, there's already a bunch of wooden billboards in the game. I don't want you to be confused between settings and perks. Also, in my mind, this is not really a problem, just to be clear. I'm not trying to come up with solutions to the problem. I don't really think it's a problem. If you have a mouse, you probably have a keyboard. I don't know how else you would have like bought the game. So you just press escape on your keyboard. And if you don't have a mouse and keyboard, then you have a controller and you press the B button on your controller. So yeah, I'm not really looking for solutions. Someone else coding? Take a look at the credits document, Thorn. I haven't touched my own game or progressed at all. I already thinking about going back to my old game jam projects. Switching between projects. A tale as old as time. The way I look at it is if you're having fun, I think it's fine. And if you're trying to make a product, then it's potentially bad. I think it'd be a nice palate cleanser for a little bit. So we did this in a few different spots and we're just not going to do this anymore. At which point, what is entity type accomplishing for us? Entity type. I guess I want to do that and that and that and that. Okay. Entity factory. Yeah, I guess there's a reason for this to exist. Okay, I'm fine with that. I still want to get rid of this. I want to save workers in the same way we did adventurers, I think. Looking at long-term rentals in Seattle since I'm moving over. You know what isn't a palate cleanser? These rental prices. Wait, but you're moving over to work at a tech company, right? So you're part of the problem. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it's pretty high. And I'd say like day-to-day stuff is generally pretty expensive too. Like groceries or going to a restaurant or something. Moving to work in a consultancy. Okay, I see. Yeah. If you plan on living with roommates, I think that's pretty affordable. Pays more, but hours are worse. Yeah, I have some consultant friends or acquaintances, and some of them, I just don't get it. I don't get the lifestyle, I guess. A lot of them are also traveling heavily, which that's also foreign to me. So yeah, working long hours and traveling is like a death sentence for my career if I had to do that. Yeah, just live in a basement with rats. Well, as long as the rats are paying some rent. Otherwise, it's not going to help. The basement will be too expensive. So workers, let's cache this the way we've been doing with everything else. We have the adventurers cache. Adventurer cache? What? I called it, oh, cache adventurers. Okay, sure. There you go, Deke. Consulting on your own is a lot of fun. Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah. Although even then, I suspect that people who consult on their own had to go through another consultancy to get to that point and are probably just workaholics. Tell me I'm wrong, Gotik. Tell me I'm wrong. Want to minimize travel? Hopefully that's only like a third of my year. Oh yeah, summer's pretty amazing. Most people like Seattle summers. I am actually kind of the opposite. I think it's a little too hot here now in the summer. Spring and fall are fantastic, beautiful, like paradise seasons here though. They are amazing. And I hope they never change. Do we not have get workers here? Why do I not see this? Oh, here it is. Okay, so I want to return just cached workers from this. Wait, no, is that what I want to do? No, I want this to look like getting customers, I suppose. Customers is just a list. How do we do this? All right, clearly I don't know what I'm talking about with any of this. Customers we can just add and remove to. Why don't we just do the same for workers? Why don't we do the same for adventurers? Why do we do any of this way? Yeah, why don't I just make this a regular list? Oh, because I want it to be a read-only list when you fetch it from outside this? Yeah, that would be smart. All right, but then still, the thing that I just added up here. This will be workers. And it's not a question mark. You're guaranteed to have a list. What's too hot for summer weather in real units, please? Oh, fine. I'll do the conversion. So in my mind, anything above about, well, sorry, let me use your fractional sucky units here. Anything probably like in that range, I'd say is too hot. Honestly, I'd probably say it starts a little sooner than that. I'd say 24 is the upper edge of my comfort level. And yeah, for those who want that in Fahrenheit, it's 75. That's so low. No, the ideal weather for me is the 50s, just to be clear, in Fahrenheit. 50s, 60s, those are perfect. Sounds like you're built for SF weather. Well, Seattle, a lot of the year is in my comfort zone. Fractional what? Degrees Celsius? I'm just saying in Fahrenheit, you would pretty much never, for human temperatures, like split an integer. You'd be like, oh, it's 32 outside, or it's 47 or something. You wouldn't be like, it's 46.3. But in Celsius, you have to do that. You have to say 7 decimal points before people know what you're talking about. And they're like, oh yeah, that temperature, that is uncomfortable. Started playing with benchmarks more recently, just comparing small things. Just told me how little I know. Yeah, there's a lot that it uncovers, for sure. Yeah. Aren't winters pretty mild? Yeah, it's been pretty mild this year, too. Nobody ever does everything. I know, I'm kidding. I just still... I do prefer Fahrenheit for at least human temperatures. If you're talking about, like, what's the temperature of a star or something, then yeah, maybe you'd want to use Celsius. Never heard of anyone using fractions. Yeah. Again, I'm just kidding. I rag on Celsius a lot. Everything else is pretty much fine. I don't mind meters or kilometers or something. I don't think in them, but I think I could learn to think in them. All right, so every time we add a worker, and we never remove workers. We used to have temporary ones, but not anymore. All right, so position, queue reapply, workers I add, the worker instance. Sounds good. I don't know how you call it worker instance. And we never remove. Do we ever add them to a node? We put that there, yeah. Create worker. Huh, we do this in reverse order. But I think that's the only place we even use this, right? To the point where, yeah, I guess there's a reason to save it. All right, so all this is going to do is return workers with an underscore. So that's good. I like this. Is that all I've changed so far? Why is it yellow? Read only, sure. What happens when you load from a game? I got to figure that part out. Yeah. Create from, or no, create from load. And what do we do about customers here too? I think we make a totally new town in that case. So I don't think we have any problems, but I should probably test that. All right, so let's just go to add worker, create worker. This is such a basic test. I'm just going to say gd.print, you have workers that count workers. Cool. Just say cold, warm, hot. Be kind of interesting to have a thermometer that does that automatically. Like the amount that mercury has expanded triggers like a little sign to pop out. It is warm outside. Actually, that probably is a pretty good idea. Or it just shows you a picture of like what you would wear. Uses AI to adjust for your comfort level. All right, so what are we looking at here? Yeah, workers. So it should have printed out that I have one worker. Yeah, and if I create a bunch, you have 11 now. Now I just load the game. Yeah, I'm back to 1. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's working how I thought. I just want to make sure we're deleting the entire scene and then recreating it. So now that's good. Now, why do I do this with adventurers in a different way? Because this just seems very stupid to me. And I just recently coded this, and I don't know what was going through my head. Like, we have this here. I think I just did this without thinking very much. But we never remove adventurers, so all we need to do is track these in a list like we do with everything else. Also, this probably should have been an iRead-only list. because we're caching this and because that means that other people can modify this. I wonder if that's going to cause a problem too. Everyone will love it. All right, well, I shouldn't go too overboard with this. So now we don't call the function that I was trying to delete from town, which is this. This is only being called from here. And we can now change this. Does this even help us? What do you think about this? Yeah, I guess it does help. Well, we're allocating no matter what. And we need this function to exist no matter what, right? No, wait, it's only being called from here now. How did I delete that? Huh. Oh, right, there were 2 locations and I got rid of one of them. All right, the issue is we need to map types of entities to the town functions that fetch these for me. It's not hard to do. We don't have the town here though, because we're fetching it from the scene tree. And where are we getting the scene tree from? Container. Really? Okay. Well, maybe we just pass in the town and yeah, hash set. Hey, TJ. So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to say our return value, list node entities. And then for each entity type. All right, what I want to do is entities.concat or add range. And then type switch. Town.workers. Oh my God. Trying to get out of auto completions. Town.adventurers or get adventurers. Yep. And the final one is town.customers. Yeah. Okay. And that's it, right? Oh no, we need to also make sure it's not queued for deletion. Why do we do that? Huh. I wonder why this code was ever here. Maybe because we do it somewhere else and it was just copied. No, that's weird. Why is that there? You can't queue any of these for deletion. Oh, this might be a holdover from when you could create temporary workers. Yeah. No, whatever. All right, so now return entities. So now I think this function is fine. Yeah, and this can just return a list. So now the calling function can know that that's a list. It doesn't change anything because we're just iterating over it anyway. So it'd be the same as an IEnumerable. It's going to be O of n. But if we ever did .count or something, then we don't call it something O of n again. All right, I think we're good. I just changed a bunch of things. I want to cache adventurers the same way that we do with workers. Yeah. So let's go test this out. And that can be deleted. Wait. What's that? Oh yeah, sure. Let me just look at the code for a little bit longer here. All right, read-only stuff should appear before non-read-only stuff. I think everything else looks good. So if we start a new game and we add in a couple of workers, I guess let's just see how this functions. We'll make this. We have our worker, we have a couple of customers. I'm going to cast the customer spell. They moved faster. Now any new customers to join in that time should also move faster. They should all be moving at a faster speed. It looks like they are. If I click this button, they should move even faster. And then in 15 seconds, they will stop moving fast. So let's speed this up. Now it is 5 seconds. So in 5 seconds, all the customers should move slower again. Done. Nice. Yeah, that worked. Okay, same thing for workers. That's moving at that speed. We click this, it moves a little bit faster. We click this, it moves way faster. We make any new workers. Is that one moving faster? It stopped. Oh, it's the... oh, man. Okay, that's actually kind of funny. It thinks we're in the tutorial. That's super broken. Why did that happen? Is it because I clicked them? Hold on a second. Did I like thoroughly break this? How did that happen? Do I just need to click this character? No. Yeah, the first worker you make just does this? I must have just broken this. Because that's hilarious. Right, there's no way I had this in the game already and didn't notice somehow. But I'm going to do the exact same repro, which is just start a new game and click add worker. Yeah, no, everything's fine. So I did just cause this. Uh-oh. Let's go find out how. Thankfully, the diff is not very big. This can't be that hard to find. Get entities of type this worker. Okay, that looks fine. I think I know what's going on. Yeah, I think I know what's going on. Oh, this is something silly in worker. I checked the number of workers by checking what's in the town, probably. Yeah, town.workers.count. But we don't know what that is yet. In fact, we even have this is primary worker right here. Why do we do this other stuff? Why don't we just... This is the only place we call init, right? What's walking entity? I want to know where we call... Oh, we don't have a special init. So it must be the only place. That dialogue pops up before you build a guild. Yeah. This is the problem that we have here, right? So here, the town worker count is 0. Here, we used to add it and then fetch the nodes so that this line would be greater than 1 at that point. Or I said that wrong. But anyway, that's the problem, is that we're not updating this immediately. We're only updating it afterward. So what should happen is this is primary worker should just be passed into one of these things. And then none of this should happen in ready. Alternatively, we just check the count being 0 here, but that's confusing. Also, alternatively, when we call add child here, we update the count, which I guess we couldn't do because create worker would need to update town. So I think the best solution is to take this stuff out of the init that we have here. No, but then this function can't do everything on its own, huh? Because there's a side effect. Yeah, we need this to be added to pretty much immediately. We could have a signal from... No, wait, no, we can't. Because it's static. I mean, we could just add in... we could just pass in the list of workers. This is very silly at that point. But why not? List, worker list. So as soon as we add this, we do this. Cool. It's kind of silly otherwise, but yeah, that should fix the problem. New game. No, it's still broken. What did I mess up there? This passes this in. Do worker list here. Wait a second. Oh, we just have to do this beforehand. Wait, how does that make sense? Because ready on the parent is called second as soon as we add this? So then that would have already been run? Okay. This was one of the foundational things we did in the game because workers were what the game was based around. And we just didn't have a lot of the patterns in place for how to do this back then. I think if we were to write this code now, we write it a little differently. Yeah, now everything's working fine. Okay. Well, so glad I tested that and realized that that worked. Everything else should be fine, right? Yeah, we got to test saving. I'm getting hungry. What time is it? 11:50. All right, so we have skeleton and mage, save and load. We still have the skeleton and the mage. We add in another worker, save and load. We have 2 workers now and a mage. Let's hire the rogue. Yeah, they're stacked on top of each other. That part's unfortunate, but it's working as intended. They should split at some point. Yeah. It's kind of stupid looking. I should probably just start them at different positions over there. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. Cool. So that should cut down on allocations further. And then we just have to put this in the read-only section. Oh, both of these are in the wrong spot. All right. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of minimal changes. So this still allocates. Although actually, if there's only one type, we could do this a little bit differently. We could just return the list that you have. And then we could skip an allocation that way. I kind of like that, but also kind of don't want to do this. Oh, public static list node. Actually, I read only list, right? Get entities of type. Yeah, there's that. And then this would be get entities of type. So that looks pretty nice. And then what we could do here is we could say if types.count is exactly 1, then just return get entity of type that. Why do we need... What am I missing here? Cannot convert to... Oh yeah, this should be an I read only list. All right, that might poison the call hierarchy here. Yep. Okay, now I think we're good. This is to prevent a list allocation when we only want one type. The only place we call this when we only want one type is when you use a customer spell. Right there. When you want workers and adventurers, you're getting both types. We could even prevent allocation of that if we iterated over both the types separately. I don't want to like hyper optimize this. I just want it to not be silly. So yeah, I think we're pretty good now. And then there was an unrelated change here, I think. Yeah, so let's check in the unrelated change first. This is, what do we do here? I enumerable. Wow, that's dumb. I didn't even fix this. Wow. Yeah, I would have just never noticed. This is why you review commits. This should not have been done that way. There. Now this is totally fine, right? Yep. Cool. Save allocation in game saver, or prevent an allocation in game saver. We have to make a Godot collection to call, what is this thing? Get nodes in group. Well, we were converting it to a C# collection unnecessarily. Hey, Mr. Evoraxia, I did get a haircut. Using the interface as type might cause for each to allocate. Do we, I mean, I guess that would have happened regardless though. No, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, we shouldn't make a C# collection at least. I don't think. And then the rest of this is just to make it so that workers don't allocate as well. Yep. Yeah, I think this is looking good. And I'll just write a quick comment here of like why we passed this in. We passed this in so that code town dot workers dot count can be updated with a new worker. Cool. Cool. So cache workers. How often is this going to benefit us? I want to take a look at this because I don't think this showed up in the list as being particularly expensive. Oh my God, worker strike. That does make your workers go away. I didn't remember that. We don't have that in the game right now. And that's actually also why we would need to check is queued for deletion. We should probably just delete that. What am I doing? Workers. Yeah. Force wander state. We cast them to workers here. We don't need to do that anymore. This is in skip tutorial, so it doesn't matter. Players won't ever see that. So we literally, well, we only do this in like 3 places. Remove worker. Worker strike calls remove on it. Is primary. I guess every time you create a worker, it's going to get slightly faster. And every time you change the speed of workers, it's going to get faster now. But yeah, otherwise we don't use this a whole lot. Add a change to node. Oh, huh. It is a node. Wait, so then that thing I did with casting isn't going to work, right? I mean, skip tutorial could just be cut the same way. I don't care about that. But there was another place I changed. Oh, maybe that was the only place I changed. All right, so remove worker. Did not realize we had that. Worker list. Workers.remove. And why is this a problem? Because... Wait, we can't remove worker? Can I convert from node to worker? I guess we just leave that as a node then. Yeah. Now we don't need to do this anymore either. So will this break the, what is this? Oh no. This should have just been a node. Okay. Will this break the place in ECS where we were fetching by checking queued for deletion? We used to do this from here, get entities of types. We still call this. And it's only from here. And then we iterate over these and we set its percent speed bonus. Will this fail if we queue them for deletion? I don't even think so. And what calls this? Update workers and adventurers, entity speed controller. Okay, I want to try that. I want to call this immediately after doing this. And now we need to force removing a worker. Remove worker. Okay, let's see if this causes an issue. I don't think it will. And if it doesn't cause an issue here, first of all, you can't even hit this code in the game. I don't have worker strike in the game. But if we ever do add it, I don't want to have to test this edge case again. I want it to just work. So we go make a bunch of workers, and then we just delete them. Bye, 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 bye. Oh, you can remove the final one too? Did that cause any issues? It didn't? You can have no one in your town? I mean, then it's just seller, right? There's no skeleton. Wow. We can build another guild. We have 2 guilds now. And then what? Is this row going to stop over here? They will. We basically like re-entered the tutorial. Is it going to say your adventures fight automatically? No. And now the skeleton starts walking again. It's funny. That should never happen in the game. Okay, so just delete this. All right, now I think we're fine. I'll look over this one more time. And part of me thinks about, what if I'd used an AI agent to do this? Would I have caught these issues? Probably not. And they would have just surfaced like months later when I finally test something. Well, not months later. I'm releasing soon, but if this had been normal development, could have been a month. I just might not have tested something. Yeah, this looks fine. And this was all to change this function. Cache workers, or like make this better. It should reduce allocations now. I cache the workers list from town like we do with customers, or like I store. Maybe do with customers, yeah. And should do with adventurers. This probably won't have a huge impact on anything, as it was being hit all that frequently. But it may slightly help spell casting. Hey, Crazy, it's going pretty well. I think today's been a good day. I think in general that's been happening more and more. I was a bit panicked when we were doing performance stuff, and I didn't know how long it would last. But yeah, we added in a couple of nice little features that I think people will enjoy. We added a goblin that wanders around town yesterday, and you can click it and get items. And then we added a little snake pet thing that when you beat the final location in story mode, actually I think that works in challenge mode too. If you beat the final location, it spawns a little snake, and it's just a cutesy thing that walks around your town. It can eat apples, and then it walks out of your town. But it's just a nice little touch. That's it. They weren't meant to be like huge impactful features. I'd like to do a little bit more of that if I can. So this is done. I want to cache adventurers now in the town without being stupid about it. So right now we keep track of cached adventurers. This seems like a bad idea to me. We should just keep track of adventurers. Well, I guess I should rename this to adventurers. And then it should be read only and look like that and be up here. Cool. So I've changed nothing so far, right? Other than making this a read-only list. So now get adventurers should return an I read-only list of adventurers. We should never need to do this again. The whole thing about clear adventurer cache and whatever else should also not need to exist. So this should just be adventurers dot add adventurer. Cool. Possibly null. Not anymore. And we never remove them. And we never call the clear cache thing from another place. Yeah, that's it. Oh, that was easy. This also barely saves anything, but it was so easy to do. And it does save a little bit. We were allocating a new list and calling into Godot. So I guess 2 new lists every time you hired an adventurer. That could happen at most 10 times per game. So like I said, pretty minor. And it was caused by your input, which is typically even like less of an issue. So yeah, let's try hiring. Let's just save and load. We should have the archer. Good. Now we hire the mage. Save and load. Okay. Now let's get the rogue and then try sending them into battle and make sure nothing goes wrong here. Yeah. I don't see an issue. Oh, hey, is that bug still there that you can have multiple people fight the same boss? It is still there. And what happens if they both win? You just get multiple boss items? Is that even true? I only see one here. What? Hold on a second. I know this has been a bug for a while. It's not actually a problem with the ogre, but it could be a problem with later battles. But I don't understand what happened there. All right, so let's go try that out. We send one of you into battle and then the other one of you into battle. And we have you both win. The first one gives you an ogre blood. The second one does not. Why? If you unlock everything, you can fight the bosses again. And then it does give you an item. Only has so much blood. Yeah, I guess that's the case. I don't understand that though, huh? Where do you even look at that? All instance data, ogre blood, item drops, elite instance data. We have some like, I don't know what this is. I guess town has add items and it takes in an instance. Yeah, here it is. Clone this so we don't modify the original loot in the instance. Grant items. Is grant items just not called for some reason? You win the battle. Yeah, we won the battle. Strange. What might be causing that to happen? I think this is just a fake issue, but I still don't understand it and I'd like to. I'll try just maybe one more time. Okay, so we send 2 adventurers into here. 2 separate battles. I win one of them. It calls this. That's fine. Now I win the second one. It still calls this. Instance.loot.clone. What is this equal to? A loot with 0 items. Yeah, something's very much going wrong here. Huh. Huh. So something's changing this to be null? Generate loot. If is elite, you should only generate loot if... Oh, wow. Okay, I see. I specifically accommodated this scenario. You can start multiple elite battles at the same time, but only the first that you win should actually generate loot. That way you don't exploit the valuable drops. Oh, man. All right. Sure. Great. Good job, Past Adam. I didn't expect that to be a feature. All right, cool. So this just cuts down on code and does pretty much exactly what we did. Reduce allocations further. We didn't need to fetch adventurers. We didn't ever need to fetch adventurers from the scene tree. We can just track them as we add them. Hey, bye, Puff. Okay. And then there's this problem. Let's look at this really fast. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this because I want to go get lunch. But if we look for the window resolution, here it is. I want to set this to something very, very large. So let's do 3960 by 2160. No, that doesn't sound right. Wait a second. What's 4K resolution? Oh, hey, happy 2 years, Vibe. Thank you very much. Just in time for lunch, yeah. For cinematography, what about a 4K monitor? 4K monitor resolution. It doesn't exactly need to be 4K, but 3840. Yeah, it is just double 1080p. 1920 times 2. Okay, yeah. 3840. I was pretty sure, but I wasn't 100% sure. Okay, so now if we press play, I'm not sure what's going to happen. And maybe just parts of the screen won't be clickable. So let's see. No, everything looks clickable. Because, oh, I think I know why. I think it's because Mac is resizing the window. Oh, I don't think there's a way to test this on Mac then, is there? Because on Steam Deck, if you put it in windowed mode when you're in Steam's gaming mode, there is no such concept as a window. So it just messes everything up. And you can expand a window beyond the size of the screen. Oh, no, you can try doing that, apparently. I'm increasing the width? Yeah, the width is bigger now. You can set it to use more space. Let's use 4K on your monitor. Yeah, but I'm trying to test when I have a window size that's bigger than my monitor's resolution. So if I were to increase the monitor's resolution, it would not be bigger than it anymore. Okay, well, let's try the other direction then. Let's try smaller than when it starts. It's probably just going to start in a smaller window. So like 600 by 500. See what happens there. I'm guessing we'll just see a tiny window. No, we don't even see a tiny window. What is... Oh, I know what's happening. It's not that. It's this. I have mode maximize. I should set this a window and then set this to 3840 by 2160. I thought it was a Mac thing. Why did it launch in this? What? Embedding options. I know this is new in Godot 4.6, but I don't know what I did to start this. I guess that's what happens when you pick windowed. Can I like not embed this? It's not here at least. Maybe it's in the editor settings. Use embedded menu. Run, window placement. Game embed, use per project. Per project implies I could have set this in the project. I didn't see it there. I want to just disable this. But I don't want to disable it for good. Also, it doesn't look like that actually. Is this what they call the embedded window? Like, what is this? I don't understand. Let's just uncheck embed game on next play. There's a stop button here? No. Okay, there we go. Yeah, but I can click these buttons. Yeah, something's happening here. I don't know what it is. So I guess just sure per project, what do I care? And then we go to the project settings and look at window, center of primary screen, resizable, borderless, always on top, no focus, window height override. Can I set this to 3840 and this to 2160? It's not actually doing this. Yeah, I shouldn't see the bottom left of it. Like placeholder version shouldn't show here because it should be way off the screen. I'm trying to simulate what's happening on my Steam Deck. And I could just be testing this on the Steam Deck, but it's a little bit more tedious there. Well, maybe that's what I should do. Yeah, so anyway, the issue is this. If I were on a Steam Deck right now, it starts in full screen. If you change it to either one of these, weird stuff starts happening. And it's not easy to get out of that situation because we don't do the thing where if you change resolution or whatever, it says, oh, hey, do you want to keep these settings? And it counts down on a timer. There are a couple things we could potentially do. Like we could block people from changing that on Steam Deck. But ideally, just when you change it, it doesn't make the game unplayable. I don't know to what extent we can control this though. All right, I want to revert everything I just did in project settings. I guess that's easy enough because it's saved over here. But what about editor settings? I didn't save any of that. I think all I did was change the embedded thing. Yeah, and I was at the per project now. Does it need to have those options? Maybe just completely remove that. So here's what's tough. Steam Deck has two operation modes. It has desktop mode and it has gaming mode. In gaming mode, it shouldn't have these options. But in desktop mode, it should have these options. So I don't know how to detect that we're in gaming mode specifically. I think I can only detect that I'm on a Steam Deck. And maybe there's some like, I don't know, maybe there's some external library I could get or try to figure this out somehow. Yeah, I don't know. But then let's say I got it working for the Steam Deck. Now what happens when someone has a rogue ally or something like that? Will it work there? Is the same problem there? I don't know how they do things. Also, technically it's Steam OS, right? In desktop mode, do you want to support those? Yeah. Can the Steam library redetect use this? I didn't see anything for it. I didn't see anything Steam Deck specific because it's for the Steam API. And I found some external thing, but I think this is the wrong way to go about solving this. I think the real solution is just make the game resolution smaller than 1080p by default. We need to pick a smallest size. But I think if we make it the Steam Deck size, which is 1280 by 800 or something, or 700, I don't know what. And if we make it that, it'll probably just work. Hey, Never. Isn't the desktop mode in Steam Deck identical to just steam.deb be installed on another Linux distro? Yeah, it should be. Or at least whatever flavor they use, yeah. How can I programmatically detect if Steam Deck is in gaming mode? Oh, they added a function on the Steam API. Is Steam running on Steam Deck? This is not it. It's gaming mode they want to ask about, right? Oh, huh. Initialize to 1 when running in game scope. All right. Well, too early over optimization. Just disable these completely for Steam Deck for now. If the game is successful and it makes sense to put time into this, then come back to it. Yeah, I think that's potentially fair. But I also think that this could be an even easier solution. Like, I think that maybe all we need to do is just set this to like 800 by 600 or whatever it is, 1280 by 800. And then that's it. Should just work. What is... Oh, hey, the override stuff is there. That shouldn't be there. It keeps resaving this because I didn't reload the project. I gotta reload the whole thing. Steam Deck resolution. 1280 by 800. Yeah, maybe I'll try this afternoon, because if this is a fix, I think this is not an issue. I just need to make sure it doesn't launch in a tiny window for other people. Because here you can see it launch maximized. That's totally fine. I'm cool with that. And if you wanted to change this here, it'd be okay then. So I'll just try that out this afternoon. Try with the window size set to 1280 by 800. Maybe. Yeah. Can we enter windowed mode or borderless and have it work? If so, maybe share a playtest version with a Windows user and have them try it to make sure it's fine. Okay. I have a lot of stuff to do this afternoon. I don't plan on streaming for it. I think we might have the same schedule tomorrow, because I've always wanted to do what's best for the game and not necessarily what's best for the stream. And yeah, I think at this point some off-stream work is probably called for. So what do we even do this morning? Let's look at it over here, because I don't remember. Oh yeah, added the snake. That's right. Added the snake, and then just improved some general things. Added the snake buddy to the game. Oh, I don't have a snake emoji. Time to go fix that. Snake. Can AI type it? Nice. Excellent. All right, so now we can type the snake over here. Snake. Also reduced some allocations, only streamed in the morning. Cool. Yeah, we are 19 days away. March 17th. Look at all those orange days evaporating. I'm feeling pretty good about it, though. I think there's some more marketing I can do. I want to fix some of these bugs. I want to hopefully add in a couple other nice little things here or there, and just see what other things people will enjoy. I am leaning more and more toward making that piano sheet music for the game too. I just think it's another nice thing to do. Like, I see a lot of people charge for their soundtracks, or I don't know. I've never seen someone make piano sheet music for their own game, but I'm sure someone's done it. But like, I just think it'd be neat. You open up the files on your disk and it's like sheet music. Find some PDFs there. Sounds cool. All right, let me go find someone to raid. Oh, hey, Kai's streaming. And they've been raiding me. Let's go raid them. They're playing a game, though, and I don't know what game they're playing. Well, as in, I've never played this game. But still, let's go check them out. Did I make the music? Yeah, I made the music, and I composed it on piano, which is why I wanted to make piano sheet music for it. It wouldn't be a one-to-one replication of the digitized version, but I think some people might like it. So thank you all for watching. I will probably see you tomorrow, but like I said, probably only for half a day. And if not, I hope you have a good weekend. Bye, everyone. Thanks for being here.